being here. I just want to make a couple of announcements. We're going to take up all the items at once, but I'm going to start with general public comment because I understand there is 2 overflow rooms, and I want to make sure that we're utilizing our new, just to let you know, we are utilizing a new public comment system, which is this tab. So I will be calling your name according to when you signed up. And just another announcement, and overflow rooms are here on the 10th floor, and that's rooms 1030 and 1050. I know there's some folks that feel that maybe I'm not going to give them enough time to walk over here to make your comment, and be assured that you will be given enough time to make your way to this room if you're located in 1030 or at 1050. Just so we're very clear about that. I will be calling up the speakers in the order in which you signed up. So if you haven't signed up for public comment, I suggest you do that now. And we're going to start with public comment first. I will give each speaker who have signed up for the item 2 minutes to speak, and I'm going to defer general public comment towards the end after we're done with our first item. Is that clear? Members, do you have any questions or concerns? It will be a very long meeting, so if you have any concerns, please address them now. Are we good to go? Okay, Mr. City Clerk, can you go ahead and read the items into the record?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Rafael Prado with the Chief Legislative Analyst's Office. Today you have, relative to item number 1, consideration of 3 motions concerning the status of the Recicla program, its implementation, and concerns associated with its transition period. The first motion relates to a beer sanitation report in response to motion Martinez, Englander, Kokorian, Blumenfield, relative to review of the initial 6-month transition period, including problems and challenges experienced by customers, and for the City Attorney to discuss in closed session, if necessary, any matters related to concerns of the program. The second motion, BOS report in response to motion Koretz-Bonin, relative to whether certain Recicla service providers have failed to fulfill their obligations under the Recicla agreements.
Can't really hear you.
There's something going on with the audio, so I think you either need to just speak clear into the mic, or we need to adjust our audio system.
Okay. I'll just speak a little louder.
Put it closer to you.
Sure.
There you go.
Okay. So the second motion, BOS report in response to motion Koretz-Bonin, relative to whether certain Recicla service providers have failed to fulfill their obligations under the agreements, and whether to proceed with taking necessary steps to terminate individual contracts for such substantial failure. And the third motion, also beer sanitation report in response to motion Bonin, O'Farrell, Martinez, Englander, relative to instructing the beer sanitation to provide a comprehensive update with recommendations addressing various issues with regard to the Recicla program and related matters. Completes your item.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will repeat myself again. We will start with public comment for item number 1, and I will defer general public comment towards the end after we're done hearing everyone who has signed up to speak under item number 1. There are 2 overflow rooms, rooms 1030 and 1050. I will reassure you, I will give you enough time to walk over to room 1010 so that you can be heard. You have 2 minutes to speak on item 1 per speaker. You don't have to use your entire 2 minutes, but you only have 2 minutes to speak. After we conclude our public comment cards, I suggest that we also go into closed session. If you wish to stay for the duration of the meeting, only the members on the committee will be stepping out to the next door to go into closed session, so no one has to move from where they're at. Is that clear? Any questions? Okay, I'm going to call the first speaker for item number 1, Linda Escalante. I'm going to call 3 at a time, so if you just be patient with me. Linda Escalante, Joseph Love, Adrian Martinez. Just make room for Mr. Love. Okay. Ms. Escalante, you want to go? 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. Linda Escalante, the Southern California Legislative Director for the Natural Resources Defense Council, an international environmental organization. NRDC is committed to cutting greenhouse gas emissions, cleaning up the air, the land, and the water, and to foster healthy communities. And this is why NRDC has supported the passage of Recicla exclusive franchise system since day 1. I am pleased to say that we are already seeing immediate improvements from Recicla. All Angelinos can now breathe a little easier because there are no longer any dirty diesel waste vehicles parading up and down our streets. There are fewer trucks on the road, and the environmental benefits are only going to improve as we move forward. I understand that there are some concerns regarding service calls and missed pickups. And let me be the first to say that we are just as upset as anyone about these service complaints. That's unacceptable and must be addressed, as the success of this program is contingent on the haulers' ability to perform their contractual duties. However, I am hopeful that thanks to the accountability measures in this program, including fines and penalties, we will see a pretty rapid course of correction, as the haulers are financially penalized for not living up to the terms of the program. Because of this, I know that this program will succeed, and LA will be a better environmental steward because of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Love?
Yes, I am a treasurer on the board at Tilden Manor, a 20-unit condominium association. Our trash pickup, besides the lack of service, increased in price by 64%. It's unacceptable level of increase from the previous hauler to the new waste management hauler, beside the fact that they never ever did a waste assessment. I received this welcome packet on the 18th of January. It's totally unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before you start, Mr. Martinez, I'm going to call three more speakers up. Angelica Gonzalez, Kevin Riley, and Alice Burler. Are you Angelica?
Yes.
Kevin, Riley, and Alice Berliner. Are you Alice? Is Kevin here? I'm going to give him a few minutes just in case he's in the overflow room. Mr. Martinez, go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Adrian Martinez, and I'm an attorney for Earth Justice. I'm here today encouraging the council members here to continue the course to ensure that Recicla exclusive franchise system is a success. As all of you are aware, at the federal level, there's a complete and utter lack of leadership on environmental protection. We're seeing assaults to our health and environment on a daily basis. As such, it's important that local governments like the LA City Council do their best to protect the environment. Recicla is a good program, and it will ensure that we meet our ambitious zero waste and greenhouse gas reduction goals. And we ask that as many people are frustrated with the program, this ire for how the haulers and others are performing not diminish the need to achieve these important environmental goals. Personally, I live in a neighborhood that has a lot of commercial, apartment, and single-family residences. We were choked with garbage trucks on a daily basis. I've seen the reduction in the amount of garbage trucks serving my neighborhood. And as such, me, my 2.5-year-old daughter, and my wife, we can breathe easier knowing that there is fewer emissions. I understand the concerns, and I encourage the city to use the full force of whatever authority it has to ensure that haulers do their job and fully execute their franchise agreements. But any efforts to shift away from exclusive franchise program will have consequences. And I think they're environmental and ecological consequences, and we need to make sure that that doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Angelica Gonzalez, Kevin Riley, does anybody know if he's in the overflow room? No? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Gonzalez.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. My name is Angelica Gonzalez. I am the chapter conservation manager for the Angeles chapter Sierra Club. As a member of the largest environmental organizations in the country, I applaud the city for being on the forefront of zero waste and environmental sustainability. There is still work to do, and with support of the Sierra Club and our education to community members, we are marching forward. This is why we supported the passage of Recicla, the franchise system, which is not only making Los Angeles a national leader when it comes to high environmental standards, but we are protecting Angelinos for generations to come. Recicla provides the city with the ability to reduce greenhouse gases caused by the decreasing our dependency on landfills and replace about an estimated about 800 dirty fuel trucks and transitioning them to zero emission, which is going to help reduce high particulate matter. Los Angeles cannot afford to take steps back. I encourage you all to use the tools that we have at our disposal under Recicla to haulers accountable and iron out wrinkles from the implementation process. I am here today to encourage you all to stay on course so that we can meet our zero waste goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Still calling, looking for Mr. Riley to show up. He might be in the next room. Hold on for just a second, Ms. Berlander. I'm going to call 3 more speakers. Veronica Padilla. Veronica Padilla. Allison Schill. Are you Allison? Diane Di Rosario. Go ahead, Ms. Berliner.
Thanks. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Alice Berliner, and I am the coordinator for the Southern California Coalition for Occupational Safety and Health. One of the reasons that Recicla was enacted in the first place was because the old hauling system provided little to no accountability, which resulted in horrendous working conditions for workers. It is not uncommon for workers in this industry, who are primarily women and people of color, to lack even the most basic safety equipment and standards, such as gloves to sort through trash and access to clean drinking water and shade. With Recicla, we have a clear path to improved worker health and safety. Let us not forget that the ultimate purpose of this program is to save human lives, including waste and recycling workers. One of the best parts of this program is the accountability measures, including fines and potential contract cancellation, that are built in to ensure that city officials can hold haulers accountable to meeting all of the program requirements. I support any motion that helps to improve Recicla, as long as we continue to protect the lives of city residents and waste workers. And on a personal level, I live in the Koreatown area, and for the first time, my apartment building has recycling. So I think that's a very exciting thing, and I want to thank you guys for that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Veronica Padilla.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Padilla. I'm the Executive Director of Pacoima Beautiful. I'm very proud of the council members' commitment to reaching, or the city's commitment to reaching 90% diversion by 2025. And that is why Pacoima Beautiful has supported the passage of Recicla from the beginning. Recicla has granted all Angelinos access to recycling, decreasing our dependence on landfills and modernizing our waste facilities. As you know, many of our waste facilities are located in communities of color like Sun Valley and Pacoima. And thanks to Recicla, we're already seeing and feeling the benefits or the impacts of these new facility requirements. Facilities are now enclosed, which limits the amount of pollution and horrible odors that our communities have to endure. I grew up near Bradley landfill, so I know exactly what these smells are like and what communities go through. Also, thanks to the efficient truck routes and clean fleet requirements, we are seeing less smog and a decrease in truck traffic in our neighborhoods. As we continue to experience the benefits of the program, I also encourage our city leaders to use all the tools in their disposal, including the ability to fine companies for missed pickups, to hold haulers accountable, and ensure that Recicla is as successful as possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Schill?
Hi, my name is Allison Schill, and I am a part of the Don't Waste LA Coalition. Part of the reason that I am so passionate about trash is because if you read through the report that LA County has given to the state environmental agencies, we only have 26 years left of landfill space for LA County right now if we were to continue business as usual with producing the amount of trash that we're normally creating on a daily basis here. It's only if we're able to reduce it to 75%, which is the goal, we are able to extend that landfill space to 67 years for LA County and the amount of trash that we're producing right now. So we have a really big problem. We've been spending about $40 per ton on tipping fees in our landfills locally, but then when we shut down Puente Hills, we had to start looking elsewhere, and we opened up the Mesquite Valley landfill, which is far away. It's out in the Salton Sea, and that tipping fee is going to go up to $120 per ton, and that's a cost that all of us are going to have to eat. We're all going to be paying for this, and I know that it's expensive now, but it's actually still less than what cities like San Francisco and Oakland are paying for their trash. San Jose is also paying a lot more than what we're paying. We're right in the middle here right now. And while we cannot continue to have these waste haulers missing their pickups, they need to be held accountable for what they've signed up to accomplish. We also cannot terminate the Recicla program. It's offering too many good services, and it's really preventing disaster down the road for LA County. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Hold on for just a second, Dan. I'm going to call 3 more speakers before you speak. Leslie Van Kuren. Aisha Seiler. Or is it Aisha? Marcus Rosenthal. Marcus Rosenthal, are you here? Okay. Go ahead, Diane.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Diane G. Rosario. I'm a local landlord that is being serviced by the new Recicla waste collection system. I have 2 buildings that I manage, one in the MacArthur Park area and one in Chinatown. These properties are covered by 2 different Recicla haulers. As a mother of 2 children, I'm glad the city has taken measures to increase recycling to ensure we protect our environment for years to come. I want my kids to be able to breathe when they're older. Before Recicla, neither one of my buildings had recycling bins, so I'm glad that my tenants now have guaranteed access to free recycling. I understand there have been some issues regarding the implementation of this new system. We live in a huge city, and the rollout is going to be bumpy. I was one of those customers who had some initial frustrations, but by working with the city's billing disputes and being very, very diligent, I was able to work with my hauler to remove some of the unfair fees. I'm also glad that haulers are required to provide workshops and signage to ensure that tenants can learn how they can better sort their waste. But the waste haulers are going out and giving the landlords illegal advice. No one from the Recicla program has spoken to the housing department. Do you guys know that? They're telling us to do things that the housing department says if they make us do that, the housing department is going to sue Recicla. There has been no work with the housing department. I, as a landlord, am going to get dinged for not recycling. I literally have no authority to make any current rent-controlled tenants do squat about this. I can literally do nothing. The housing department, if I said something beyond gave them the paperwork, they're going to come after me. So no one's talked to them about that. Lastly, the rates went up for all of the landlords last year, at least 50%, and then at the beginning of this year, they went up 3.05%, I believe. Has anybody talked to the housing departments? Are the rate increases for rent going to be at all equitable to that? Does the left hand know what the right hand is doing? I can answer that they don't. Please put them together so that this can all work together so we can make it work.
Thank you very much. Ms. Van Kuren?
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Leslie Van Kuren Campbell, principal of Sustain LA, a social enterprise dedicated to helping businesses achieve zero waste. I'm excited that thanks to Recicla, the city of LA has raised the bar for environmental responsibility, and all businesses in the city will now have access to free recycling. While this may seem like a basic requirement, the reality is that not all businesses in LA could recycle prior to Recicla. As we move forward, businesses will be throwing away less and recycling more. Businesses will now have the necessary tools and services to improve their environmental footprint by keeping valuable materials out of the landfills. This is a groundbreaking initiative, and we should keep the big picture in mind when fine-tuning this program to make sure it reaches its full potential. Additionally, to help with any course correction, we encourage our elected leaders to use any and all tools at their disposal through Recicla's built-in accountability measures. Thank you for your continued commitment to bring recycling to all Angelinos.
Thank you. Ms. Seiler?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Aisha Seiler, and I'm with the LA Food Policy Council. We work to ensure food is healthy, affordable, fair, and sustainable for all. We, too, believe in the power of Recicla to change lives and to improve our environment. The Recicla program is a one-of-a-kind program in the nation. It is not only putting Los Angeles on the path towards zero waste, but is doing so through recognizing the importance of feeding people and the earth before it feeds a landfill, requiring the haulers to partner with food recovery organizations. We too have also seen the benefits of Recycla. Recycla is building local infrastructure and creating jobs in food rescue and composting. For example, organizations like St. Francis Center, Food Finders, Food Forwarders, Waste Not Want Not, LA Compost, and many others are able to expand and actually get paid for the work they're doing diverting edible surplus food and food scraps from our landfill. What we really need is a public education campaign and outreach to customers so they can find the service that works best for them. We hope you continue to support this innovative program and continue to reinforce it through the collecting of metrics to show of all the hidden costs or values we're also reaping, such as cleaner air for communities most impacted and for all Angelinos, really, happier and healthier workers, edible surplus food feeding hungry people, and food scraps regenerating our soils, which sequester carbon and capture water. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call 3 more speakers, Mr. Rosenthal, before I ask you to speak. Brian Chung, Diana Lara, and Jose Ramirez. Jose Ramirez, are you here? If you guys come and take a seat. Go ahead, Mr. Rosenthal.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Marcus Rosenthal. I'm a business development professional currently working on the Precious Plastic Los Angeles project, which is currently based at the LA Clean Tech Incubator, LACI. Thanks to support of the LACI, I've been able to begin prototyping new technology for plastic recycling and remanufacturing. Precious Plastic is an independent organization committed to solving the problem of plastic pollution that currently plagues our society. A critical part of our success is receiving clean, uncontaminated plastic materials, and the best way to achieve that is through front-end source separation as established in the Recycla model. Source separation is a concept of separate bins for waste, organics, and recycling, and is crucial to making sure that recyclable materials are not soiled or contaminated by items designated for the waste stream. When a recyclable item is soiled, it makes it much more difficult to use for remanufacturing purposes and sometimes no longer cost-effective to recycle. Thanks to Recycla, everybody in LA now has access to on-site recycling, which greatly assists the source separation and clean recyclable materials. Additionally, there are ambitious recycling and education tools built into Recycla, which over time will result in more clean plastics that my company can use to create more jobs for local Angelinos through our remanufacturing process. If we're serious about waste to resource economy, we should continue with the progress being made through Recycla. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Chung?
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Chung, and I'm the CEO of Bioplastic Recycling, a company that emerged out of the LA Clean Tech Incubator. I'm bringing advanced recycling technology to Los Angeles, and we're building a bioplastic recycling plant in Los Angeles this year that will promote new jobs and bring life back to recycled material, plastic materials that would be ending up in the landfill. I'm choosing to bring my technology to Los Angeles because of the Recycla program. While the rest of the nation is currently scrambling to figure out how to navigate the China ban and the recycling crisis worldwide, Recycla has put in the necessary infrastructure in Los Angeles that will help the city of Los Angeles be a model and streamline this transition that is necessary and needed. As a startup company, Recycla LA has provided me with the key opportunities to create partnerships with the current haulers, to grow my business, and to source the materials needed to create waste into resources. Recycla LA has provided me clean, resorted plastic waste, which is crucial to my company's success and bringing this technology to Los Angeles. As we move forward in fine-tuning this program, let's make sure to keep the core of this program intact and we become a model for the rest of the country as we bring this technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lara?
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Lara, and I'm VP of Operations for Food Finders. We are a food recovery organization. For 28 years, Food Finders has served Los Angeles, Orange, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties. We have rescued over 138 million pounds of food, provided over 115 million meals, and reduced harmful greenhouse gas emissions. Our mission of eliminating hunger and food waste is made possible with the support of programs such as Recycla and your forward-thinking leadership. As many of you know, 5 million people in California struggle with food insecurity daily, yet we throw away nearly 12 billion pounds of food away each year. Since the Recicla program has been implemented, we have seen tremendous benefits that the program brings. We have collected an additional 422,000 pounds of food. We added new recipient agencies. We provided an additional 352,000 meals. And thanks to our partnership with Republic Services, we were able to purchase a new hybrid refrigerated truck. I understand the rollout has not been a smooth transition, but I urge you to stay the course. The lives of people in need are counting on it, and so is our environment.
Thank you very much. Before Mr. Ramirez, before you speak, I'm going to call 3 more speakers up. Chuck Baetz. Chuck Betts. I'm sorry, mispronounced that. Chuck Betts. Do you want to come up, sir? Dan Fowler. You can come up to the table. Are you Mr. Fowler? Mr. Betts? And John M. Smith. Are you Mr. Smith? Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jose Ramirez. I'm the Executive Director with the St. Francis Center. Our organization has been a staple in Los Angeles for over 45 years, providing programs and services for homeless and near-homeless families. On behalf of the St. Francis Center, I offer my full support for the Recicla program. We currently are working with 3 of the city's waste haulers to partner with local businesses and divert food waste to create meals for our homeless community and provide groceries for families struggling with food insecurity. In the past 6 months through Recicla, our drivers have recovered an additional 260,000 pounds of food, with over 100,000 pounds of that food being recovered in the month of January alone. We are grateful for the support of the waste haulers and their amazing staff who have done a great job of helping us to outreach to businesses. We now partner with companies such as Trader Joe's, Target, Costco, Starbucks, and Numero Uno Markets, just to name a few. Last year, we recovered 1.3 million pounds of food, which allowed us to provide over 18,000 grocery visits for families and over 130,000 meals for our homeless community. That's more than ever before in our 45-year history. This food has been vital to serve our city and communities in the middle of a homeless crisis where almost 1 in 5 Angelinos struggle with food insecurity. I stand before you here today as someone who struggled and experienced hunger and homelessness as a teen. It's important that we continue to make sure that no one in our community goes hungry, and we can do this by continuing to make sure that we all play an active role in minimizing food waste and recycling and taking better care of our environment, our communities, and each other. Let's continue to support Recicla and improve it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Betts?
Yes. I'm tired of checking every day to see if my trash is picked up. It's never picked up on the same day. I called up the trash hauler, and they'll pick it up in a couple days. No, I have a day that my trash is supposed to be picked up. The trash hauler come in to my property and looked at the bin and took stuff out of the trash bin and put it in the recycle bin. And then the bin wasn't full enough, so he didn't need to empty it. My tenant was very upset about it. He came to my door, rang the doorbell, and he wanted to show me what happened. And he said, "This is my trash that I put in the trash container." And he took it out and put it in the recycle bin. And then he went out and he took his cell phone and he took pictures. The trash hauler comes out at before 8 o'clock in the morning on my street and puts the trash bins out on the street. The street sweeper comes down and he can't sweep the street. The leaves are coming off the trees, and it doesn't get picked up. The next day is street cleaning on the other side of the street. That's when he brings all the trash bins out on the street on that side. And so that side doesn't get cleaned. So I went out and I'm cleaning up the leaves, and my tenant came out. He has his cell phone, and he said, "This is my landlord, and he's sweeping the street because the street sweeper can't, because the trash hauler doesn't allow him." I think that it is time to get rid of this ordinance. It is ill-conceived and totally disorganized, and start over again and do it right if you're going to do it. And I think it needs to be opened up and get rid of the monopoly. That's a violation of the
Thank you,
Sherman
sir.
Antitrust Act.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mr. Fowler.
Yes, my name is Dan Fowler. I'm president of the Apartment Owners Association of California. We're one of the largest individually organized groups of apartment owners in the state. You on the city council, Gilbert, you too, have probably received more letters from our members than any other organization. They are very upset, very angry with this. And let me give you one example that just recently came in. A condo unit was paying $1,900 a month for their trash. They got a new bill for $19,000 a month. Now, if any one of you guys, Gilbert, you included, if any one of you guys were in business and you got an increase like that, you would consider going out of business and not being there because of an increase like that. This is just, you can do something to control these costs that the trash companies are giving us. Now, I believe you guys in the city council, you had something slip past you. These trash companies put it in. I don't think you saw these expenses. I don't think you guessed even that it would go this bad. And they got it past you. You need to reorganize this thing, get them back to the table, give them back their $35 million, and get this straightened away instead of running people out of business. I've given each one of you this sheet. There are suggestions on there, not complaints, but suggestions on what can be done on the flip side of the thing. One of the main things, of course, was separation of trash. Apartment owners are not in the trash business. Who should separate trash? The people in the trash business. Our tenants don't care where they dump their trash. They don't care how they dump it. The trash companies do, and they make money from sorting it. Give them the job. Even if you have to give back the money, allow competition between these chosen seven. Let them go wherever they want in L.A. Give them their thing. Keep the wages high for the union guys. Clean the air up, but get rid of this monopoly, which is damaging. Thank you all
Mr.
very much for listening.
And thank you for your suggestions. Mr. Smith, I'm going to call 3 more speakers before you speak. Linda Ramos? Linda Ramos, are you here? Christopher French, and Robert Northoff. Robert, are you here? Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Council. I'm representing Avalon Bay communities. We have 15 different locations affected by this agreement. We pride ourselves on building highly rated LEED buildings within this city and operating under green practices as proactively as possible. But I wanted to share an example of what some of the language in this agreement has done to the businesses within this agreement, and then also the impact it's having financially on the residents of our communities. So our community at Toluca Lake, Avalon Apartments at Toluca, freely under a free market with Athens Waste was bid at $12,000 a month previously before this agreement. Under this new agreement, UWS is now billing us $50,000 a month. That's a $38,000 a month difference, part of which gets passed back to the residents at this community. We have other communities experiencing large increases as well. Another one, East Woodland Hills in the Woodland Hills area, $15,000 a month, and others $5,000, $6,000 a month. So this is having an extremely negative impact. That example at Toluca Lake is an example that affects probably 2,500 different people living at that community, which is 1,151 units. So the language in here is negatively impacting the people of this city extremely poorly. So thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Ms. Ramos?
Thank you. City Council members, I applaud all the wonderful work that Recycling LA has brought about on behalf of our community. But it cannot be the only issue that is addressed here. While emissions have been lowered, maybe it's because there are fewer trash trucks out because they're not picking up the trash. You know, I dealt 30 years with a company called Crown Disposal, a family-owned company that 3 years ago changed their name to Recology because they sorted the trash, and they saw to it that our trash was picked up timely every single day. Over 30 years, they never missed once. Now we deal with a company that can't even remember what day or say that we don't have the key, so they can't open the trash gates. I think that what you have created is you keep going to the same well, property owners. We're tired of funding all the wonderful programs that LA should have because of mismanagement of budgets that you keep coming back to us. What you have done is counterproductive, counterintuitive, and counter-free enterprise. I say bring back companies like Recology, a family-owned company, and not having to deal with multinational companies who have vested interests in other states, not ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. French?
Hello, my name is Christopher French from Hollywood Community Housing. We're a nonprofit affordable housing developer and have 26 properties throughout the county of LA. All of our residents and families are formerly chronically homeless, veterans, individuals living with HIV/AIDS, seniors and low-income families, the most vulnerable of our city, and most come directly off the streets. While HCH believes in the goals of Recycle LA, we have also experienced missed pickups and incorrect waste assessments. But the real issue for us today is the 400 to 1,200% bill increases, and the results that no one seems to have considered. Recycle LA puts current and future affordable housing at risk here in Los Angeles. We all know homelessness is an issue here. It's putting the budgets and solvency of affordable housing properties in severe deficits, including services for residents and building maintenance. As a private-public partnership, all of our budgets are contracted and limited by city and state regulatory bodies. These increases cannot be passed to our tenants. Recycle LA also puts financing for new affordable housing at risk by reducing the amount of funding available for the complex contracts required for construction of new affordable housing. You have championed pathways for solutions to homelessness with measures HHH and H, and I proudly applaud the council for that. But then intentionally or not, you're obstructing or destroying that very same path with the Recycle LA's rate increases. Hollywood Community Housing joins with SCAMP to request a broad exemption from Recycle LA for nonprofit affordable housing developers, just like our property tax and welfare exemptions. Unfortunately, we implore you to start over and reimagine this solution so that we can continue to house the most vulnerable in our city.
Thank you. Mr. Northoff, I'm going to hold off until...
What was the group's name again?
The group, Mr. Cedillo, wants to know who you're with.
Community Housing.
Any other low-income housing providers with SCAMP and yourself?
Yes,
They have all filled out cards, I believe.
I'm sorry?
Some of them have filled out cards.
Okay, so they are here.
Thank you. Yes. I'm going to call 3 more speakers before you speak, Robert. Chris Hutchison. Chris Hutchison, is Chris here? Allison Manos and Anthony Alexander. Chris Hutchison, Allison Manos, and Anthony Alexander. They might be in the overflow room. We're going to give them some time to try to make their way here. Why don't you go ahead? I'm sorry. What is your name, sir? No? What is your name? Chris Hutchinson? Yeah, you can. Not yet. You can go ahead and take it. No. You can come and take a seat. Just calling 3 at a time, trying to be as a... Allison Manos.
Like the trash program.
Allison Manos and Anthony Alexander, they might be across the way. Wait, just give them some time. Hi, hold on for just, are you Allison? Ma'am? Are you Allison Manos? Allison Manos? There she is. Anthony Alexander? Come on up.
Madam Chair.
Mr. O'Farrell?
Before the next speaker speaks, I can hear the goat sound. I don't know if it's coming from inside or outside, but it's very distracting.
Anyone making goat sounds in here?
It's Armando Herman.
I think you're used to the goat sounds.
No,
I haven't heard one yet.
He's round.
Okay, more than one.
All right. But it's distracting.
Very well. Mr. The sergeants, where are you? Can you please go address the goat sounds outside of our door? Thank you very much. It's part of the everyday life at the city council, those goat sounds. Welcome to democracy in action, correct, and First Amendment rights. Go ahead, Mr. I'm glad I made some of you guys laugh. Robert, go ahead.
Sure.
So good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Robert Notoff, and I'm the director of the Don't Waste LA Coalition. And I'd like to start off by reiterating that we know for a fact that recycle is the only way that LA will get to its 90% diversion recycling goal by 2025 and protect communities and workers in the process. I'd also like to point out that the exclusive franchise model that's at the core of, in the very heart of the Recycler program is what not only allows us to set lofty goals, but more importantly, actually achieve the goals that we set forth. For example, there's no other model out there that will achieve such a drastic reduction in the number of trucks that service our streets, which removes the equivalent of over 500,000 cars from our roads and makes the air just a little bit easier to breathe for Angelinos. And there's no other system that will financially incentivize private investment to build the actual infrastructure needed to process and divert the 90% of waste from landfills by the year 2025, which again is paramount to achieving the actual recycling goals that we've put forth for ourselves. While there are inevitable bumps in the road when rolling out such a radical transition, and we're just as frustrated with everybody about the service complaints that have arisen during the transition process, we encourage the city to use all tools at its disposal to correct the issues, including applicable fines and fees for services unfulfilled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchison, you want to go next?
Great. Thank you, members of the City Council, for letting me speak. I'm Chris Hutchison, represent numerous LLCs and partnerships that own properties in the city of LA. Thanks for your service as City Council. I know you're trying to do good work, but unfortunately in this case it's a completely misguided effort. So I want to let you know I'm qualified to speak here and that our company owns commercial property in pretty much each of your districts, and we have owned them for more than 20 years. All of our properties have experienced the pickups, the missed bills, and the health hazards that you have heard from other people here today. Every one of them has been severely negatively affected and materially harmed by the policy that you have in question here. Question before I begin, can you raise your hands up here, City Councilmen, if you own any commercial property in the city of LA?
We don't do that here, sir. Thank you.
None. That's what I thought. That being the case, at what point did you think raising the fees a minimum of 3 times the current charges to as much as 6 times the current charges was a good idea? Not sure you thought that one through. At what point did you think negotiating in bulk with the 7 largest waste haulers was going to end up being a good thing for the city of LA? You guys got crushed in that deal, and we're stuck with your mess. You say, we're getting to the bottom of it. We're going to get rid of the remote fees and the distant fees. We're going to make sure that you're not charged for that. Well, how are you going to do that when it's in the contract? You never read it. Haulers are not going to let you get rid of those fees. It's right there in the contract. You guys didn't do your due diligence. We're stuck with it. Brutal. Another question. Raise your hands here if you voted for Trump. No, you can't do that. Okay. In case you were wondering, the reason he got elected was he assembled a big enough base that was sick and tired of the policies like the one we're talking here about today to discuss, and the incumbents who were not up there, that I got tossed on their heads. Now look, I'm only one vote in one of your districts, so I'm not going to make a difference. I got over 1,500 tenants that are going to get increased pass-through trash charges, and they all vote, and they're all in your districts, and I'm going to give them your name, your numbers, your email addresses, and all the LA Times press releases and other press I can find that demonstrates the fallacy and the destruction that this program is running.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for the time.
Alison Manos.
Hi, committee members. So I'm actually speaking on behalf of being on my HOA board. I live in District 13, which Mr. O'Farrell represents. And, you know, we've had our challenges in our building with the transition. We actually have a very high use of recycling. I've been doing a lot of work with my other neighbors in order to boost our recycling, and people have really embraced it. We've had some missed pickups, but we did get a waste assessment from UWS, and we were able to lower our pickup rate so that we could keep our rate the same. And so I know that there's definitely been, you know, some transitional growing pains, but this program is really important, and we have seen a reduction in truck traffic on my street significantly, and definitely cleaner trucks coming along that don't pollute as much. So this is a really important program for recycling and for workers, and we support it even though we know that there's still room for growth and improvement.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander, before I let you speak, let me call 5 other speakers. Haley Potiker. Haley Potiker. She might be in the other room. Lee Wallach. Lee Wallach. Beverly Kenworthy. Beverly Kenworthy. Janie Lasso. Karen Caffey. Hi, are you one of the speakers? What's your name? Okay, welcome, Haley. Lee Wallach, Beverly Kenworthy, Janie Lasso, Karen Caffey. Do you want to go ahead?
Hi, I just very quickly wanted to say good afternoon, council members. I'm Anthony Alexander, and I'm a researcher at Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy. And I encourage you all to continue forward with this program. It's good for the environment. It helps with the zero waste efforts that the city has. I know that there are bumps in the program right now, but I encourage you all to take accountability or ensure that the haulers are doing their jobs. But I do want you to continue on with this good program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Haley?
Hi, I'm Haley Potiker. I am a condo owner in Silver Lake in Mitchell Farrell's district. And before Recicla, I think there's about 25 units in my building. None of us ever had access to recycling. And recycling is something I really care about, so I used to take my recycling to a neighbor's house who lives in a single family unit and use their recycling bin. But most of the folks who live in my building are elderly, and so they didn't really have the option to be doing that. We did have a fee increase, and we are getting assessed to try to address that. But I think overall, the folks in my building are really excited that we finally have an option to recycle. I know for me personally, when I first moved in, I was really shocked that there was no recycling bin because I'd never lived somewhere that didn't have one before. I've lived there for about 6 years, and without this program, I don't think we would have ever been able to recycle. And so I'm really grateful for that, and thank you for trying to solve this big issue.
Thank you very much. Hold on for just a second, Lee. What is your name, ma'am?
Janie Lazo.
Janie Lasso. And are you waiting? What's your name? Okay, you want to take Haley's spot? Go ahead, Lee.
Hi, Lee Wallach here. Thank you for having us. I'm representing here the Motor Avenue Improvement Association, our Farmers Market and Urban Garden program in Palms. I also sit on the Sustainable Business Council and Faith to Green, as many of you know. I applaud all the environmental efforts and environmental goals that our city is trying to implement here. Unfortunately, the rollout was kind of like the rollout of this meeting. No one planned ahead for this. And I think a good portion of that falls on the city. It's not just the trash haulers. We really have to go back and rethink what we're trying to do here. I want to see our zero waste goals met, but I don't think we're coming close to it right now. I think a lot of our recycling is going into those trash bins right now, and that's just the least of our problems. I also am involved in Palms and represent a community of over 45,000 people. We're not getting that customer service experience. We're not getting the staffing. We sure didn't get the education from anybody, and there's no monitoring or enforcement. So it's been extremely difficult on our community. What we're seeing now is bins are going unchecked. They're not getting picked up. Delivery charges are up. Fees and assessments are there. No credit. You can't get credit if you call. Overflows. Restaurants are getting cited in my area by the county health department, and they have no control over what's happening. Our small businesses are getting hurt. Then, just add insult to injury, a 3% increase letter went out. And these people are like, what are you talking about? I don't want to see this thrown out. I think that'll be real chaos. But you guys got to do something. We got to turn this on its head. We even held a forum with the management of Athens and sanitation and everybody, and those folks that showed up still didn't have their needs met. There's just a lack of staffing, all right? You guys got to help fix this system.
Thank you, sir. Beverly?
Good afternoon, council members. Beverly Kenworthy with the California Apartment Association. We represent hundreds of multifamily property owners that represent like close to 100,000 units here in the city of Los Angeles. On April 1st, hopefully not ironically, on 2014, I sent this letter to the City Council outlining our concerns, stating that we were afraid that costs were going to go up, get this, 30 to 50%. I feel so naive right now because my members are reporting 100 to 400% cost increase. We always always supported the environmental goals, the worker safety goals. We just agreed with the city administrative officer, Miguel Santana, at the time that we could achieve those goals with the non-exclusive franchise. Right now, the problems are many. The service pickups and the missed pickups, yes, maybe they'll correct themselves, but what's happening in the meantime is one missed pickup and an owner will have to spray for roaches. That's one missed pickup. And you have multiple pickups, it's multiple times a month. They already have pest control maintenance in their buildings, and now those costs are going up. In addition, janitorial costs are going up because when this trash is overflowing, it has to go somewhere. We know these are short-term issues, and we hope they're short-term issues, but the costs increase because of those are significant. You will hear, I think, from the LA Sanitation Department that 67% of customers are only paying the base rate. Well, that means nothing to me because I don't know what that base rate means for our members. Does that represent a 100% increase from what they were paying or a 400% increase? And what about the 33% that have to pay access and distance fees? Is that just because they're out of luck because their building's configured differently? One of the issues that I think is happening, and we're starting to hear about it more today, is that our members who have older buildings do not have a place for the recycle bin. And so these recycle bins are unable to be contained. And so they're getting fined for not having recyclable materials put in those bins.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Lazo.
Hi.
Followed by Ms. Caffey.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to the council for hearing me. My name is Janie Lazo, and I am with ENS Ring Management Corporation. I manage Village Point Apartments located in Northridge, California. My building has experienced a 460% increase in the cost of our trash. What's most frustrating to me is whenever we first had this program rolled out to us, they came through and they brought this little pamphlet over, and on the back of it, they hand wrote that they were going to be charging me $14,000 a month for Jeep service, and which is astronomical, just ridiculous. I think the most I've ever paid for that service was about $260 a month. Now, then I was told that that was incorrect, and so then we had another waste assessment, and that followed up with an email that contained what the new rates were going to be as of January 1st, yet other numbers. And then when I got my bill for the period of January, it was even higher still. So I think there's a huge disconnect in what this program calls for, what these fees are for, and who should be charged them. On one of my assessments, they said they were going to charge us $133 a month for each gate, to open the gate. I give you a clicker. Why would it cost $133 for somebody to press a button to get into my property? And then on top of that, they're going to say that there is no additional cost for Scout Service. We aren't doing Scout Service. So what they've done now is they've taken what is Scout Service and they're calling it something else, and they're charging these astronomical rates for it as a distance charge. So you don't have Scout, your Scout is free. Oh, but you're going to pay $6,000 a month for us to bring that little truck in because it's 200 feet from the street. And that's not correct. That's not fair. Thank you.
Ms. Caffey, hold on for just a second. I'm going to call a couple more speakers. Jesse Marquez. Jesse Marquez. Jaime. I don't have a last name. It's just Jaime. Jaime, Jesse Marquez. Joan Casanova. Are you Joan? Take a seat, please. Ruben. Ruben, again, there is no last name. Jesse, is that you? Hi, Jesse. Jesse. Jaime, again, no last name. Joan is here. Ruben. How about Kim Liu? Kim Liu. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Caffey.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Caffey, and I am here representing Mrs. Alma Lurie, a property owner of more than 50 years and an AGLA member. On December 8th, her 4 city properties were abandoned by the previous hauler. It took 1 week of countless phone calls and emails to get bins delivered, and 2 more weeks to get the bins emptied. After that, it is a question mark as to when the trash is picked up. She and her tenants are suffering through incompetence and poor or non-existent training from the top down at Republic Services. Sadly, we have had no response from CD10 and intermittent contact from CD8 as to how to resolve some of the issues. One of the worst examples from Republic was when a rep said that a Republic staffer had been to her Colden Avenue properties on December 4. Well, we were at Colden Avenue with an inspector from LA Housing and Community Investment, but there was no one there from Republic. Her bills have already doubled from $6,600 a year to, we think, $15,996 a year. We'll know if we ever get the other 3 account numbers and invoices. Now, being environmentally conscious, I am happy to email to the council members my notes so that you can see just how inefficient Republic Services has been. I do want to say that there are several city sanitation department members who have been very helpful to us through this ordeal. Finally, given this botched planning and rollout, it is frightening to think of how the trash will be handled during the Olympics when the world sees just how incompetent the trash system is here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call the same people I was waiting for. Jesse made it in. Joan is here. Jaime? Jaime? No last name, just Jaime. Ruben? Jaime or Ruben? Kim Liu? Kim Liu?
Kim Liu is coming from the other room.
Okay, Kim Liu is coming from the other room. Okay, go ahead, Joan.
Oh, hi. Thank you for all that you intend to do with this program. I really didn't intend to speak at first, but I really have some complaints. I'm a treasurer for a 24-unit condominium complex in Sylmar, and Republic is air hauler.
Mm-hmm.
And since November, I'm still waiting, and I have complained and called that I am still waiting for an assessment, which we have not gotten. We have had like 5 missed pickups, and we get no credit for it. This bill here, we have 1 3-yard container. I've lived there for 28 years. 1. They bill us for 1, and then they bill us for 5 additional. So I don't know where they keep getting, and I call them. We don't have 6 bins on our property. We only have 1. Okay, now I was told that we have to change out our 96-gallon refuse hauling or the recycle bins, and that if we don't change it out, then they tried to put a 3-yard container in our back parking lot, and the only place to put it would be in a parking stall. And we do have parking problems big time there. So I told them, I said, no, you can't do that. So they left it on the street for almost a month. And now I'm hearing that we are going to be fined because we're refusing to go along with the recycling program. And that's not the case. And in your book here, it says multifamily, that we can get once a week pickup for free, the way we've had it for refuse for the recycling. And yet they're telling me on the phone, oh no, you have 3 pickups a week, so we would pick up your recycling also 3 times a week. And if they change to that great big 3-yard container, then we're going to need the valet for each one. It's crazy. The fees are astronomical, and when I think I'm calling the city, I'm not. I'm calling them. So they're no help, and we need help.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
Jesse, I know you're waiting to speak, but let me just make sure. Jaime? Again, Jaime's not in. Joan just spoke. Ruben? Kim Liu? Someone said Kim Liu was in the other room?
Yeah, she's coming from the overflow.
Esther Blanche? Esther?
She's also in the other room.
Dennis Carter? Dennis Carter?
Also from the other room.
And Andrew Kratzner? Jesse, why don't you go ahead?
They're all coming from the overflow.
My name is Jesse Marquez. I've been a lifetime Wilmington resident for over 60 years. Over half of that, I've been a renter. 16 years ago, I started a nonprofit organization, the Coalition for a Safe Environment. And I want to state that, for the record, that our nonprofit organization supports the goals of Recicla. For over 2 years, I attended the Zero Waste LA meetings that were being held up in LA and participated in all the discussions in the forums. So we recognize the importance. Now, the problem we recognized was that, the public is exposed many ways. There's air pollution that comes from, the big landfills if you live near them. If you live near any trash, pickup sites, we also end up with contaminated land. We know that, we can no longer be dumping stuff in the landfills, so therefore we have to be able to plan. The more we're able to recycle items, the better off we will be. But I also recognize that there were some problems that the City of LA should have dealt with right from the get-go. For one thing, I attended one of the meetings that was at the beginning with all the different companies, and I recognized, listening to the city staff, that the city did not do a good job in certain categories. One of those was that estimating the increased cost. That seems to be a big gap right there where, it was unfair to businesses to have to deal with something that they did not know what that rate was going to be. When it came to discussing why the costs were going to be increasing, there seemed to be, they didn't have clearly defined reasons how to reduce pickup cost, and that has complicated it. They failed to discuss, the future benefits and future generations where we would not be stuck with hundreds of millions of dollars and having to remediate land. The City of LA should have also conducted the site assessments to come up with an accurate, listing of what were all the businesses, what were the trash receptacles that they were using, so that when the transition occurred, the haulers were not stuck with that responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Your name, ma'am?
My name is Esther Bleich.
Okay, Esther, hold on for just a second. Your name?
Dennis Carter.
It doesn't.
Dennis Carter?
Andrew Kratzer.
Andrew Kratzer. And Kim Liu? Calling Kim Liu again. And Jaime and Ruben. Okay, go ahead, Esther. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council members. I'm coming to you with pain and suffering. I'm in the business for 45 years. I own a management company in Greater Los Angeles, and I oversee 700 units, and I'm in the business, as I said, for 45 years. Pain like that has yet to be seen. I hold you responsible for the health and safety of our tenants. Forget now the dollar amount, but I am talking about managing. I would like Mitch O'Farrell to listen as well. Council member, please. I'm also talking to you.
I know.
Thank you very much. I have only 40 addresses in Hollywood. So now, the health and safety issue has to do with the following. Come and see how the trash is overfilled. It's going up in the trash chutes. Rats, I've never seen before like that. Roaches that harbor because of the trash not being picked up on time. The streets look nasty anyway. We're not going to go into the homelessness. It looks anyway nasty. Add the trash that's not picked up and not swept. It harbors ants, roaches. If there is a bed bug that is thrown in the trash, it will go to other units. We are responsible. The holy blue bin has to have just recyclable, or we are going to be held responsible. This monopoly, it is a monopoly. Monopolies don't work. Monopolies don't work. Interestingly enough, the first speakers had wonderful ideas, and we are all for the wonderful ideas for all the staff that took up most of the time. But please, the means to get to it.
Thank you, Ms.
Wake up.
Thank you, Ms. Esther. Thank you. Next speaker is Dennis Carter, and then Andrew. Let me call a couple of more speakers. Kim Liu. Kim Liu, I think someone said he was in the other room, or she was in the other room.
Yes.
Cynthia Van Hull. Cynthia Van Hull. Are you Cynthia? Come on up. Eric Previn. I know I saw Mr. Previn. Go ahead, Dennis. Go ahead.
All right. I own 4 apartment buildings, 12 to 14 units each in San Fernando Valley, serviced by Waste Management. There were initial problems with that. picking things up, but at this point, one of the problems I see is that they drop the bins off outside. They're out there for extended periods of time. My tenants just drop the trash where the vacated bin is and then expect somebody to take care of it and pick it up. So that's an issue. I don't know how long. I know they're out there for more than an hour. Sometimes I've seen them maybe a day. They charge $111 and changed for distance charge. I got 4 distance charges coming out to $400 I'm paying. When Athens was able to manage it for $19.50 to $40, I'm paying $111 for the exact same service. For a 96 gallon bin, they're charging $111 and take it out. The rate chart shows that there's 4-yard bin and a 6-yard bin, but there is not. I've called. There aren't. A 6-yard bin doesn't even exist because they don't have wheels. A 4-yard bin, they don't have, but they're saying maybe they're on order, maybe. That would certainly save me money. I'm paying $800 a month more now between the 4, or actually a little more, than what I paid previously. That's a lot of money per year. I suspect a lot of the people in the beginning who came up and talked about this, if it were coming out of their pocket, they might have a different viewpoint. Now, I understand from the Times that you gave a monopoly and some of your city folks argued against it. The unions argued for it. Well, I see my time's up. So I'm paid 1.5% of any 3% increase is going to go to pay simply for trash on increases in rent that's allowed.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt the comment, but the last speaker mentioned his hauler, and since a number of folks are coming up here to talk about specific complaints that they have at specific places, I would just encourage all of you to specify who your hauler is. I see as I look around the room some very highly placed representatives of all of those haulers, and I very much hope they're listening carefully and taking down addresses, and perhaps they can respond to your problems right here before you leave the room. So please specify who your hauler is, and the representatives, I hope you'll be taking care of their problems.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. I'm going to call for Kim Liu again. Hold on for just a second, Andrew. I'm going to call 2 more speakers. Eric Previn. Janet Gagnon. David Kornblum. Go ahead, Andrew.
Good afternoon, council members. Andrew Kratzer with the Building Owners and Managers Association of Greater Los Angeles, representing over 300 commercial office buildings and 200 million square feet of space in Los Angeles. And to Councilman Krikorian's point, we have haulers throughout the city. BOMA members support the city's efforts in creating a more sustainable, cleaner, and greener city. LA Sanitation has been helpful and responsive throughout the process, but our members continue to experience higher than expected rates, fees for virtually every contingency on their property, and missed pickups. In particular, the haulers are not providing BOMA members with the detailed diversion reports that they were previously providing. These diversion reports allow buildings to track their waste and maintain their LEED certification. The city and LA Sanitation should ensure that the diversion reports that are provided to buildings are sufficient to meet the standards necessary for sustainability certifications, and that the haulers are held accountable for their missteps. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, Cynthia. What's your name?
Janet.
Janet, okay. And David Kornblum? Anybody out there with? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, honorable councilman members. My name is Cynthia Van Tall, and I'm proud to say that I am a small business and woman-owned business with the Recycler program and a proud partner with Republic Services. In December, when you voted to pass the Recycler, I was tasked to hire 32 zero-waste coordinators. Here they are. And I'm a woman-owned business. These coordinators came from all over Los Angeles. They live in Los Angeles. And I'm happy to say after 7 months that 10 have been hired with Republic Services and 2 actually been hired with the City of LA through their inspector program. We have worked hard. I've worked hard for the last 20 years in this industry. And being a franchise, I knew it was going to be tough, and it has been tough. I have been called every name of the book, but I understood because for the last 20 years, I've watched diversion. I am so proud of the programs I've set up in the state of California. I've worked in over 60
jurisdictions. It was time for the city of LA to step up. And I wasn't afraid. We've been out here, we've been working, and today I still have 30 people that work for me that live in the city of Los Angeles. Today I pay my taxes after this meeting because I am proud to do this, and I have been a proud partner of Republic Services and all my other hauler friends that are here. It has been tough, I understand, but we're going to make it through this. And I wanted to testify to show that I'm still standing, and it's just me, Cynthia, Mariposa Eco Consulting, and I'm proud to be born in LA.
Thank you, Cynthia. Looking for Eric Previn. Eric Previn. Janet, before you go, let me just call a couple of more speakers. Paul Buckley, Cynthia Rios, and Tai Chan. Go ahead, Janet.
Janet Gagnon with the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. We have over 10,000 members, and the vast majority of our members are small owners with 10 or fewer units. Those owners have chosen to invest in their communities rather than in a 401k or stock plan. They believe in the communities and in providing rental housing for others. And one of the things that I heard from this group and the council members was we did not know the actual dollar price, which is frankly just shocking to me. Every other agency, whether it's federal, state, or local, when they set up a monopoly via an RFP, a request for proposals, they know the price. They have an exact dollar amount in mind. That's one of the key features that they're looking for is lowest cost as well as customer service. And if this council was not aware of these drastic increases, these contracts should be set aside immediately and we should start over. And secondarily, if we truly believe in a city, in the environment, when I worked for a solar company, what happened was the city went to LADWP and created an incentive program for people to actually adopt that practice and go solar with renewable energy. So I would urge this city council to really consider how committed they are to the environment, and if they really don't want to set aside these contracts, then to step forward and have this city council and all of the city residents that are claimed to be beneficiaries of this environmental program to step in and pay the difference in these increased costs from what our members had paid before. That if this program is really so wonderful, then everybody in the city should partake in it and should equally pay for it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you David Kornblum?
Yes.
Okay, hold on for just a sec. And you're Paul Buckley?
Yes.
Cynthia Rios? Tai Chan? Cynthia Rios and Tai Chan? Go ahead, David.
Hi. My name is David. I work with C&S Enterprises, and we have the same problems everybody else does. Here's just a picture. This is just an example of what happens every day. Our managers have to go and clean it up. It creates all the problems everybody else has already expressed. One of the gentlemen from the plastic recycling said that if a plastic is contaminated, it becomes economically unfeasible for them to recycle it. Well, my question is, when does it become economically unfeasible for us to continue with this program? Our costs have gone up more than 100%. I think everybody doesn't have a problem with the ideas of this program. It's the implementation and the execution of it. We were with Athens before. All our waste haulers are the same. They just got shuffled, and now they're switched to all different buildings. And they were doing a great job before, and now they're doing a bad job because it's too much for them. The other thing I have is that is there a deadline for them to get this whole new fleet of trucks, because that's what their big excuse for the increases was for that. And also regarding the increases, it's not just the garbage that we're paying for, but it's the roll-away fees. One building we're paying $223 a month for the garbage for them to roll it out of the garage and onto the curbside, and we're paying $133 a month for them to do the same thing for the recycling. Our manager, because he's very conscientious about money, offered to do it himself, but I said, no, I don't want to take a chance of you getting hurt or anything like that. But that comes out to $356 a month for one building, for just to roll it out. The garbage is another $1,000 a month. So I think this is more an economic problem. I don't think you'd have the same crowd or complaints if the prices were the same or maybe 10% more than they were before. It's these big increases, and that's why you have all these people here. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Paul? Hold on. Hold on for just a second. I just want to make sure I call more speakers. They might be in the other room. Cynthia Rios? Tyne Chang? Michael Menjivar? Jamie Jansen? Richard Valverde? Go ahead, Paul.
Hi, my name is Paul Buckley. I'm a small business owner near the Produce District in downtown. Our service provider is NASA Services, and in fairness to them, we're only like a billing cycle in. I don't have a complaint yet about missed picks and so on because not much has happened. But I want to echo the concern about cost. There doesn't seem to be any mechanism for addressing the cost increases that a lot of these small businesses are facing. In our case, we had a 3-yard bin from GB Services that was $93 a month. We came and did the consultation. The quote was $350 for that same 3-yard bin. Previous provider would push this little button just like that and open the gate, take the thing out. Each time NASA pushes this button, it's $10. We got rid of the 3-yard bin because we realized that it was excess capacity unless we were cleaning the public right-of-way ourselves, because in our neighborhood, that gets filled up with a lot of excess illegal dumping of produce. There's a big homeless population nearby. Every couple weeks, it's clotted with trash. We would go out there ourselves with shovels and brooms and gloves and fill that 3-yard bin up. If we're not doing that, we can get by with a black can and a blue can. But 4 pickups, black can, 4 pickups, blue can on this little clicker, it's $80. So what can we get for $93 or $95? Well, we can push the bins out ourselves on pickup day. So we did that. The first time we did that, within 3 hours, the bins had been dumped in the alley by some of our less helpful neighbors. And by morning, that pile of trash had been torched, the bins had been melted into the ground, and my gate was damaged. I couldn't open my parking gate anymore. So I want you guys to understand that this, I love this policy. I want us to all be able to recycle, but it's not happening in a vacuum. There are areas of downtown where we've got a bigger problem with trash every place. And if you want the small businesses who are already shouldering an additional burden and feel sometimes like they're not being paid attention to on some of these other issues, it's not a good look that you're shifting all these costs to us in addition. So, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to call again Cynthia Rios, Tai Chang, Michael Menjivar. Are you Michael? Okay. Welcome. Jamie Jansen, come on up. Richard Valverde, come on up. Joel Feldman, and Chris Gray. Do you want to go first, Michael? Go ahead.
Oh, sure. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Menjivar, and I work at SCANF, the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing. We represent developers of affordable housing, and I'm here today to share some of the concerns regarding the rollout of the Recycle program. Our members are the ones directly responding to recent voter mandates to address the city's housing affordability and homeless crisis. We provide housing for the city's homeless and low-income populations by entering public-private partnerships. We are the ones reutilizing funds from HHH and the linkage fee, and we will continue working with the city to achieve our goal of ending homelessness and providing affordable homes for everyone. We admire the city's efforts to eliminate waste and are encouraged by the environmental goals of the program. We support Recycla and want to realize the future the program envisions, but there are bumps in the road that we must address. Too many properties have been hit with dramatic rate increases and incredibly poor service that include missed pickups and unexpected fees. After looking at the bills of over 100 member properties that the developers are receiving, we have seen a 73% increase in the rates, and that's not including any of the surprise fees. The rate increases jeopardize the financial stability of many of the properties, as they do not have the option of passing the increases on to the residents. The rate increases also therefore jeopardize the covenants we have entered with the city and state, potentially wasting taxpayer dollars. No one is arguing against the goals of the program. We want to impart a sense of urgency to address the challenges the rollout is presenting to everyday renters who are either forced to absorb the rate increases or, like our buildings whose tenants might again face homelessness over a noble program with unaccounted implementation. As we work with the city to house its poorest stakeholders, we ask that you consider affordable housing developers. The rate increases pose serious challenges, and unless the rates return to a manageable level, we ask that you explore some exemption, subsidy, or tax write-offs so that our members can continue operating all of their buildings throughout the city. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to continuing to work with you to house our most vulnerable populations.
Thank you, sir. What is your name? What is your name?
Joel Feldman.
Joel Feldman, okay. Jamie, then Richard, and then Joe. Go ahead, Jamie.
Hi, my name is Jamie Jansen. I'm here representing Valley Living. We are a sustainability and amenity company that tailors to the multifamily communities. I'm here because we have seen as much as 600% rate increases, specifically speaking to some of the rent-controlled communities. Wyvernwood, 1,200 units, historic building went from $12,000 a month to $36,000 a month. Somebody said earlier about the right hand talking to the left hand. Has anybody spoken housing? They can't absorb these additional fees and only be allowed to raise rents 3% a year. In addition, you're expecting these management companies to hold the hands of thousands of residents while wearing hundreds of hats that they already do every single day to implement and manage the program. There's been no education, there's been nothing coming down the pipeline, and nobody's arguing that recycling is not important. I'm 100% for this program. What I'm not for is the faulty rollout of the system. We, as Valley Living, are a solution to this. We take trash and recycling directly from the doorstep. We can help these communities implement and educate these residents in order to get them on board to help you be successful with the rollout of Recycla. The incentive, where's the incentive if the fees far outweigh the decreased bills if they implement recycling? It's my understanding the recycling halls are free, but it makes no difference if you're charging $500 per gate opening per occurrence per day. That's insane. We are here asking for a pass-through and or an exemption for the properties that can't absorb the rates that you have increased them. We can help avoid cross-contamination, and again, we are a solution that can help implement and educate the residents to really make this program successful for the city of LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
Yes, hi. My name is Richard Valverde. I'm a property owner and manager for a family-owned business. We currently have 5 buildings in the city of LA, all with Republic Services. I'm glad of the efforts to see the city council on this recycle program. However, the burden of the cost to the landlords and the property owners is excessive. It's way too much. For example, my bill got increased by 45% on the 5 buildings that I have. I'm paying an additional $1,356 per month. That multiplied times 12 is $16,000 a year. That takes a big chunk out of my salary and out of my living expenses. I imagine if someone took $16,000 out of your pocket, you would feel the same. Landlords have not only been hit with this increased hike, we also have the earthquake retrofit program, which is costing us thousands of dollars. One of my buildings is $90,000 just to do the construction. And that, we're getting no incentive and nothing back from that. On top of that, we're receiving the increase on the recycling program. I'm here just to ask you to please help the landlords and the small business owners. A lot of these people are large business owners here, but it's really taking a hit in our pocket. And they're going to drive a lot of people out of business. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Mr. Feldman, before I allow you to speak, let me call a couple of more cards. Chris Gray? Anthony Cotton? Are you Chris? Thank you. You can go ahead and sit down. Anthony Cotton? Daniel Cunningham? And Jeremy Weinstein. Anthony Cotton, Daniel Cunningham, Jeremy Weinstein, and Angelica Heredia. Go ahead, Mr. Feldman.
I'm Joel Feldman. Andy Schrader invited me to come here and explain the terrible problems that we're having with Republic Services. They do things illegally, and they blame the city of Los Angeles. The blue bins that they delivered block entrances and exits. That's illegal. I explained it to them in November, December, January, and finally at the end of January, they finally acknowledged that it was illegal and removed the big bin blocking the entrances and exits. I had to go every week, once a week, after they unloaded and dropped them there, and I physically had to get people to help me move the bins away from the entrances and exits. And it took me 12 hours a week that I spent writing letters, talking to them with no results from them. And besides that, they do other things. The buildings, 2 buildings next to us, they empty the bins and drop them in the city alley, owned by the city. I have pictures to prove it. I've sent them to your office. I've sent them to the mayor. They leave the bins in the alley, blocking the alley so people can't go down the alley. All right? I went with the next door neighbor and we had to physically move the bins onto the bin area, only 10 feet over. But the Republic drivers were so lazy, they wouldn't move them the extra 10 feet. And we're just talking 10 feet off the alley. Just leave them in the alley, okay? Besides that, with these little things that they pick up the stuff, they take the bins and put them out in the street where we have very needed parking. When you get close to Pico Boulevard, La Cienega, every space is taken. Now they put those big bins there and leave them all day. And then when they come back at night, they don't know where to put them because maybe it's a different guy driving this little thing around. They drop them in the alley. In the driveway. They leave them in a tenant's parking space. They are so lazy. And I've talked to these drivers. Call Republic. You call Republic?
Thank you,
sir. They don't want to respond.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your time is up.
All right.
Are you Chris Gray?
I am.
Okay, hold on for just a second. And Anthony Cotton? Okay, so when Mr. Feldman, you're done, you can make room for Mr. Cotton, who's waiting to speak.
Sure.
Thank you. So it'll be Chris, then Anthony Cotton, then Daniel Cunningham, and then Jeremy Weinstein. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for hearing us out today, and it's been a long afternoon. Before I get started, I want to give hats off to 2 of the haulers we deal with all over LA, Athens, as well as Waste Management. As of late, the last 2 weeks, we've just seen great response from them in working with us and getting those fees down for our clients, so thank you to them. Overall, though, I am here to make a statement for not only our clients. We operate 11,000 units here in Los Angeles, but I'm also here representing 22,000 or over 11,000 households, which equals over 22,000 people here in LA. Unfortunately, the concept, right, we all agree on, Recycle LA. And whoever came up with that name is a great marketer because that's exactly the concept of what everyone wants. But as a strategy is where we failed to this point. We all want a better environment. We all want that end goal, but the strategy of which we gone about it has been completely disastrous. Mainly, we talked about service issues. We talked about pricing. There's no exception across the Los Angeles, greater LA. But most importantly, that I probably didn't hear too much about, and I wish everybody in this room and listening could hear the calls that I get from our residents. The residents that normally I get a call on our 3% rent control, talking about their fixed income and how that extra $30 hurts them. Well, they just got another $30 to $40 increase in the trash collection. And I know that's nobody's goal here. Your goal, I can't imagine, was to increase our fees both on the landlords as well as the residents. And I just wanted to bring that perspective today. I know many of you personally. It's great to see you, and thanks for hearing me.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. Cotton?
Yes. My name's Anthony Cotton. I'm blessed to own 3 apartment buildings in Los Angeles. And my bills are not correct. No one returns my phone call. They charge me a distance fee of $156, stating it's about 200 feet, where it's only right at the
Sir, can you specify who your service provider is?
Oh yeah, Republic. Okay. Republic. So they're charging me for an overhang, which there's no overhang. There, also, I called for an assessment. No one calls me back. Also, I have a 4-unit building somewhere, and the blue bin is larger than the black bin, which doesn't make sense to me. So the distance fee is costing me an extra $156, which comes out to $312 per property. So that's like $624. They did not return the call when I called them the 1st of January. So the bills are not correct. And I guess that's it. So give me a hand and help me, please.
Okay. Well, Republic is here, sir. Hopefully you can get some answers to your questions.
Pardon me?
I said Republic is here, so I hope that you can get some answers to your questions.
Should I wait on them or what?
Sure.
Where are they?
We're going to be here a while, and so are they.
As Republic, are they in the hallway?
They're right there. Most of the haulers should be in the room, if
Okay.
not in the overflow room. But they're all going to come up after we come back from closed session, okay? Daniel?
Hi there. So I work for a small family company that owns a number of apartment buildings across LA. Most of our properties are on the smaller side, 8, 10, 15 unit buildings. Quite a few of those properties, about half have been hit with the distance fees, the gate fees. And I'm here. We have a lot of complaints about the implementation, the rollout. We've had all the same issues everyone else has had with missed pickups, and they supposedly have dropped off a recycling bin, but they haven't. We decrease our trash pickup because there should be a recycling bin. There's not. Then there's overflowing trash, and et cetera. Just a lot of issues. But mainly it's these fees on these smaller buildings. If you have a 10-unit building, and the fees add up to say $200, that's $20 per unit. If the bin fee itself has gone from $100 to say $220, that's another $12. We're talking a $30 increase per unit right there. This is a common occurrence across our properties. We have a lot of rent control properties, so it's difficult for us to pass that on. In addition, we're not getting good pickup as far as our tenants. They're not implementing this. We don't have a real, we don't have a way to twist their arm to make them do it. I wish that the program would do something to address that. I mean, we hear us talk about education. We're not seeing it. We're not reaching the individual tenants. It seems that this is supposed to be something the landlords do. There's just a lot of issues with the rollout. But again, I think it's the flat fees, these individual fees are really the thing that are hurting us and that we see as impacting our tenants ultimately. So I think we'd like to see that addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy, before you speak, let me call a couple of more speakers. Angelica Heredia? Angelica? Don Garza? Angelica Heredia? Don Garza? Hilary Gordon? Hilary Gordon? Are you Hilary? Don Garza? Candace Gurnico, I'm sorry. Candace Gurfinkel. Janice? And Francine Vickery. Go ahead, Jeremy.
So for,
I will do that. Thank you. Can we keep the folks that are waiting in the hallway, can we have them keep their voices down? When people open and close the door, you can hear all that noise come into the room. Apologize, ma'am. Hope it gets better. Don, right?
yes, it's
Okay.
me.
Hold on for just a second. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay. So before I go off my prepared remarks, I manage about 3.5 million square feet of commercial property throughout Los Angeles. I've dealt with every hauler that everybody is complaining about. I had Athens, I had Republic Services, I had NASA, and I had Republic. I loved all of them at the properties that they were at. Then they got shuffled, and I hate them all at the properties that they are now at. So it's become somewhat of a joke that where Athens now charges me $1,000 a month to pull into one of the properties to pull the bins. Republic Services didn't used to charge me that, and I have another property where reverse. So they're now apparently exchanging dollars that were intended for, I don't know, the landlord, the employees of the businesses. I work for a company that has triple net leases, so therefore the small business owners who were seeing, an X number of, they reimbursed X, now it's 6X to get their trash picked up. And mostly it falls into distance fees, remote controls, locks, $10 for a lock, $25 per bin. The city of Los Angeles had provided that any commercial building was required to have a trash enclosure. So we built the trash enclosures for our buildings in the most logical place, the back of the building, away from the street. Why did we do this? It was logical at the time. Now it costs $100 to pull onto the property and pull each bin, or $25 for each bin. I have 4 bins, so it's $100 for the one truck to pull in once and then lift 4 bins. But they get to charge 4 times for the distance fee. So, and apparently, they're not, the person who was representing me said, we don't want to charge this, we're required to charge this. And that's in the contract with the city. So I ask that you re-examine the contract and determine what is actually required.
Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, let me just, I know some of you came from the other overflow room. So Angelica? Yes. You're Angelica, Dawn, and Hilary, correct? Okay. I'm going to call one more speaker, Dr. Landsberger. Dr. Landsberger. Okay, Angelica, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I represent Bria Property Management. It's a small business, family-owned company, and we've been affected quite substantially in our properties. They're in the San Fernando Valley mainly, and we have different vendors, Republic, Waste Management, and others. But they went from 2 times a week pickup to 4 times a week to 2 times and double the prices. So it's really affecting the small business and the family-owned property. So I'm just here to express, that we need to do something. We need to reevaluate, especially as overpopulated buildings, and it creates a lot of unhealthy living conditions. And let's just do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Don, go ahead.
Yes, Don Garza, resident of downtown Los Angeles. I'm going to go ahead and say this and probably get a lot of boos, but I'm a big proponent of Recycle LA simply because I do come from the streets. I started out in the streets, and I'm starting to see that a lot of these, especially the largest one, is doing its best to recruit and train those that have experienced homelessness and those that need work. And I want to see the recycling continue. I want to see it expand. I no longer want these landfills. Landfills are bad for everybody. They're bad for our kids. They're bad for the people living in the suburban areas. We've got to stop the expansion of these landfills. But what we're hearing today is that people were having problems. And I'm going to tell you this again. This is normal. This is wonderful that the businesses are coming forth and saying we have a problem, because that's what they're supposed to do. And the city and the residents and the businesses and these haulers are going to come to terms, and they're going to get this right. We have no choice. It's a matter of life and death for our city. It's a matter of life and death for our businesses. It's a matter of life and death for all of our future generations. I want to thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Don. Next speaker is Hilary, and before you speak, let me call a couple of more speakers. I call Dr. Landsberger, Candace Gerfunkel, Francine Bickery, and Pauline, and Salvador. Hilary, go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Hilary Gordon. I come to you as a longtime zero waste activist, an advocate who worked very long and hard to help make Recycla happen. And I'm really happy to report just what I've seen in the few months since implementation in my own neighborhood. I know over the years you've heard me talk a lot about the overlapping truck routes and the impact that has on our community. I'm really, really happy to report that the improvement in that situation has been nothing less than dramatic. We actually have numerous days during the week now when we have no trucks coming down the street at all. But for me, as a zero waste advocate, I also have to say that what has made me really especially giddy with joy is that I am seeing blue recycling bins in places where I've never seen them before. That's at apartments and condos on my street and businesses in my neighborhood. And I'm not just talking about one recycling bin here and there. I'm talking about long lines of blue recycling bins in places where people have never been able to recycle before, especially at the businesses who didn't have the opportunity to take part in the multifamily program that we had before. So these are some of the successes that I'm already seeing, and I think especially the fact that all Angelinos now have access to recycling is something that we should all be very, very proud of. As a result, we are well on our way to achieving our ambitious zero waste goal of diverting 90% of waste from landfills by 2025. Let's stay the course and make sure that we utilize the tools in the contract to hold haulers accountable to their mandated service standards. I'm also frustrated by where those problems have cropped up, but I'm convinced that they're not insurmountable. Without Recycla, I really have grave doubts that the City of Los Angeles can meet its ambitious zero waste goals and even the state mandates. With Recycla, I have every confidence that we will. I urge you to stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Candace, hold on for just a second. Francine Bickery? Francine? Pauline?
Yes.
Hold on for just a second. Salvador? John Landsberger? Might be the same as Dr. Landsberger. And David Hernandez. Go ahead, Candace.
I'm Candace Gerfinkel, owner of MCM Property Management Company. We manage over 130 properties in the LA area. And we've seen a lot of problems with this Recycla. Besides the exorbitant rate hikes that other people have mentioned, the access fees. I had one owner that was trying to avoid the $89 charge he was being charged for someone to hit the remote button on the gate. He asked his on-site manager to wake up before 6 o'clock to open the gates so he wouldn't be charged. The company started coming before 6 a.m. For 3 weeks, I documented every trash day. One time they came at 4:30 in the morning, which the trash company did not even refute. They still wanted to charge us, even though it's against the city ordinance, I believe, and the contract. They still wanted to charge us the access fee for the gate to be opened by 4:30 in the morning. That's one issue we had. Another building, 16 trash bins. Each tenant has their own bin at that building. There's no room for a dumpster. One day, all of the bins were removed. We called Recycla. Why were they removed? Nobody had an answer. This building went without 16 trash bins for a week until they got them back. You know, before this happened, if we were dissatisfied with customer service that we were getting, we could switch to another company. But this is a complete monopoly. My hands are tied. I call every day. I'm on the phone with Recycla for over 30 minutes a day with my complaints, and everyone is very nice on the phone, but nothing happens. It's very frustrating. Thank you.
Thank you. Francine Bickery? Francine? It's not here. Pauline, I saw you here. Salvador? John Landsberger? John Landsberger. David Hernandez, I see, is here. I'm going to call a couple of more people. Sarah Patterson. Go ahead, Mr. Ling.
Yeah, I own some apartments, and my biggest complaint is about the rate hike. Let me give you an example. I have a building in Corning Street served by Republic Services. And before that, the service was provided by Athens. My bill went up from $288 to $1,570, an increase of $1,282 or 455%. Well, to me, this is nothing more but give them the license to steal. And I have another example here. I had a couple of buildings in the Highland Park, and they're serviced by Athens originally. And the bill went from $151 to $449, an increase of $297 or almost 200%. I have another one there, and the bill went from $526. It was served by Athens, and now it's served by Universal Waste Management. And the bill went from $526 to $1,073, an increase of $564 or over 100%. Well, I don't know how you guys can do a business when the bill went up by 500%. And I want the council to address this issue. I think this is, to me, is nothing more but just give these people a license to steal. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ling. Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah. David Hernandez, Valley Village. First of all, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come here and speak. This is, a pretty important issue. And also, I want to commend the council members that put forth these agenda items. We're not here to discuss recycle, whether it's a good program, bad program. We're here to discuss the agenda items, whether or not the trash haulers are fulfilling their contracts. And that's the black and white of it. It's February 1st. They were supposed to be in a position, phasing in since July of 2017. These issues should have been resolved. So what I am suggesting, since we're not going to resend the contracts outright, that we use this point to place those trash haulers on a 6-month probation period, so that not only will it give them an opportunity to address those challenges, but also put in place consequences for not. Second, I would recommend a $100 per day fine per incident for trash that is not picked up, and that is for all of the haulers. When this issue was presented forward, it was not to apply to housing providers with 4 units or less. But if they had a pre-existing contract with a commercial hauler, LA Sanitation is refusing to take them back. So I would recommend that, as part of the recommendations from this committee, is that any housing provider with 4 units or less have their trash picked up by the city of Los Angeles. And also, the trash haulers are not equipped to deal with HOAs, who I believe were not meant to be part of this. In Mr. Corrett's district, there's an HOA with 61 units. They had the same waste hauler, waste management for 20 years. They were paying $1,800 a month. They're now paying $19,000 a month. And the recommendation was to tear down a 100-foot tree to make space for a spot for a bin.
Thank you very much. Members, we're now going to move into multiple cards. These are folks that filled out a speaking card for item number 1, as well as general public comment. Sarah Patterson? Sarah Patterson? Are you Sarah? Yeah. Hold on for just a second. John Javans? John Janavs? Gregory Kingston? Carmen Hayes Walker? Chan Ho? Sarah Patterson, John Hanvas, Gregory Kingston, Carmen Hayes Walker, Chan Ho, and Jack Humphreyville. So all of these speakers, you've filled out a card for item number 1 and general public comment. So you have 2 minutes to speak on item number 1 and 1 minute for general public comment. Okay?
Thank
That
you.
clear? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is actually Sarah Peterson, not Patterson, but just want to add my voice to the trash monopoly debate. I mean, it's obviously admirable to help the environment, but to place the entire burden on apartment owners who shoulder responsibilities of maintaining health and safety for the city's residents under continuing rising costs of vendors, insurance, and increased regulations amidst the economically restrictive laws of rent control that are increased under federal CPI index versus Los Angeles CPI index, which is much higher, is entirely untenable. Not only have all sorts of costs increased, services have decreased, and landlords have absolutely no recourse because the city has taken away landlords' constitutional right to contract. As a manager of nearly 100 units, which equates to hundreds of city residents, I spend too great a percentage of my time trying to track down the recycler vendors to obtain credit for service states that the vendors have entirely skipped, leaving bags of trash overfilling the building at the expense of the health and safety of residents. Not only do I have absolutely no recourse or leverage over the recycler vendors, I also have absolutely no recourse or leverage or enforceability over residents who disobey recycler mandates. In fact, under Los Angeles law, tenants can disobey recycler rules and then simply call the housing department on the landlord or even sue that landlord. This is entirely illogical and is killing the largest mom-and-pop owned housing market in the country. You're creating the perfect environment for the entire city to be owned by the Kushner and Trump families, which I don't think any of us want. Having a mom and pop owned multifamily businesses in Los Angeles helps the immigrant population in Los Angeles and has helped the entire city of LA grow and become what it is today.
Thank you. Do you don't want to take up, you have 1 minute for general public comment because you filled out cards for both.
Okay, what's general public comment for anything in the
Talk
world?
about whatever you want.
Okay.
As long as it pertains to the city of Los Angeles.
Patterson,
Okay.
tell us what define when you say mom and pop businesses.
Buildings that are not owned by multinational or global corporations, largely based in New York, rolled up by, private equity funds that are now buying up a lot of housing in Los Angeles to roll it up and make new markets for God knows what, to crash the national economy.
No, we don't have, Mr. Cedillo, I just want to caution you, we don't have an interaction between us and the public commenters, especially general public comment.
I would also like to comment on the homelessness problem in the city of Los Angeles. It's totally out of control. It's in all parts of Los Angeles, in the, poorer parts, in the richer parts. It's affecting our children. There are people, my heart goes out for people who are homeless. But there are a lot of people who are mentally ill, who are on drugs, and for them to be living next to schools where children get out. I mean, I just don't even know. I would like them to put their tents up in front of your houses because they're legally allowed to do so, but right now they're in front of schools, and they're in front of other multifamily buildings and all over. Something needs to be done, and you can't just tax multifamily owners and developers who are trying to build things. So there's my time.
Thank you. John?
John J.
John, hold on for Gregory?
Yes.
I'm going to call a couple of more folks. Carmen Hayes Walker, come on up, ma'am. John Ho? Chan Ho? Chan Ho? Jack Humphreyville? I know I saw you. Okay, so all four of you have filled out multiple cards. You've got 2 minutes for item number 1 and your 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead, John.
My name is John Janovs. I'm a multi-residential and commercial property owner in Councilman Krikorian's district. All of my properties are served by Waste Management, and they no one can argue with the intent of this program. It was well-intentioned. The execution is absolutely unacceptable, and it starts with the fact that you guys have created a monopoly. And that has taken away not only any responsibility among the waste haulers for doing the job well, but it has resulted in pricing that's ridiculous. None of the aspects of this program are actually carried out, despite what all the environmentalists in the room think. The bottom line is that instead of having 3 truck visits to my property, I now have 6, 3 for trash, 3 for recycling. That not only increases the amount of traffic on the streets, it increases the risk of every tenant on my property, to their vehicles, their safety, and it doesn't accomplish what the program was set out to do. Moreover, I am now at those properties every single day checking on whether they're picked up, and they are not getting picked up. I have 2 properties that are 2.5 weeks delinquent, even though I am on the phone with Waste Management and the city sanitation department every single day, and they pass the buck to each other. I call sanitation, I get a call back from Waste Management. Well, who's running the show? It's not the city department doing it. On top of this, my trash costs across the handful of properties, and by the way, Councilman Cedillo, I am what you call a mom and pop owner. This is my retirement. This is all of my investment. And across my properties, my increase in trash cost is over $27,000. I would rather hire an employee to go around and polish every one of my buildings all year long than pay that to a trash company. And might I add, a trash company whose top executives are paid between $3 million and $17 million last year. $27,000 is a lot of money to me. And the result is, and for every mom and pop owner, what will happen is exactly what I have to do. I now do fewer repairs to the buildings because I also have to accommodate a seismic retrofit program. I'm also going to have Proposition HHH property tax increases. The fact is that a 3% increase that you all allow in our rent-controlled rents is not adequate to cover the cost of these older buildings. In fact, it only covers my trash increases and nothing else. So now how am I to address my tenants? I take pride in good quality buildings. And I'm to the point where, in fact, we listed one and we have a developer willing to buy it because I can't make a living off it anymore. That's what's happening to mom and pop owners.
Thank you. Gregory? Do me a favor, don't do 2 minutes, and then we'll put up the 1 minute for general public comment, okay? So you have 2 minutes for item number 1, which is you filled out a card for, and then you have 1 minute for general public comment. Go ahead.
Thank you, council people, for being here and allowing for this forum. My name is Gregory Kingston. I'm a real estate investor and a property manager. I am reiterating the well-intentioned idea of having better recycling. However, I think that what should have happened was not create a monopoly, instead to improve upon the state's pre-existing AB 939, which since the late 80s already had the commercial recycling businesses already segregate out the landfill waste from the recycling. Perhaps the city wasn't appreciative of that it wasn't doing the recycling job that it could have been done, and hence we have this now monopoly that I think needs to be rethought. I am very surprised that this monopoly was formed. It's against federal antitrust and state antitrust acts, being Sherman and Clayton federal acts and the Cartwright Act of California. Price fixing is very unfair to business people, and the egregiousness as to the amount of these price increases, I am surprised. I don't think that the monopoly is the answer, and the consumer, especially in a consumer state as California, the consumer needs to be protected, because ultimately it trickles down from the business owners and property owners down to the tenants. I don't have the freedom to choose the best hauler. If I have a problem, I'm stuck with it. When I complain, they say this is the city's mandate that they have to charge X amount of dollars.
You have your 1 minute for general public comment.
Thank you. One thing that I was surprised for, one of the reasons for this program is to decrease emissions from trucks. Perhaps what could have happened would be to have certain days of collection, so the haulers, the citizenry, the constituents could choose which haulers, but it would be limited to which day of the week to address the pollution from the trucks, and also perhaps to give incentives for natural gas instead of diesel, and also to address a little bit tangentially that school buses, the majority of school buses are diesel buses, and I would think that those buses pollute far more than the trash hauling buses, and how close they are to the children in schools, I think, is a focus that should occur. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carmen, right? Let me just call a couple of more folks. Thank you, guys. Chan Ho? Chan Ho, are you here? I see Jack Humphreyville's here. Herman? Zev Nago? Zev Nago, are you here? Victor Sanchez, are you Mr. Nago? Come on up. Go ahead, Ms. Walker.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Hayes Walker. I'm President AFSCME Local 3090, representing the call center workers at LA Sanitation and 311. Both centers use the My LA 311 CRM system, which they say is totally inadequate to process the calls. Both centers' call loads have increased almost fourfold. That fact has been left out of this report. LA Sanitation totally ignored the call center impact from the beginning. Their plan was to hire temporary staff to help the citizens because management believed taking calls is simple. But just think about it. You roll out this massive change to the citizens. They call the city angry. These workers have no training to handle these angry calls. And then once they finally get trained, guess what? It's the end of their temporary assignment. The few permanent staff are in constant, continuous training people. This is a total waste of these workers' precious time where they could be taking calls for the constituents in the dedicated professional manner that city employees actually do. These calls are not only going to LA Sanitation, but 311. Because guess what? The mayor and the council go out and advertise to the citizens, call 311. Well, 311 got absolutely no staff for Recycla. Yes, they do process those service requests. I noticed in the report Enrique chose to list the customer service centers of the haulers. However, all of the paperwork, all of the letters and bills, all of the signs on the sides of the trucks, including the private haulers, advertise My LA 311. So don't forget the website and the handy-dandy phone app. All of those service requests go to the city call center staff, to a live person. Plus, these workers take more calls than the Recycla program calls. They still take their other regular calls.
Do you want to speak on general public comment? You have 1 minute.
While waiting my turn to speak, clearly there's money being collected, but where's it going? The City of Los Angeles has been and should want to continue to be a model employer and provider of service for the citizens. I really feel sorry for all of these people that are here today that are upset and having to pay. I can't even imagine these numbers that you're saying to pick up trash. But I urge you to dig deeper into this staffing report that the Sanitation Department provided to you, because they did not give you a clear picture of what is really going on with the calls that are being taken in the call centers. And I urge you to have the department hire full-time civil service workers so that they can professionally deliver services to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Humphreyville?
Hi, my name's Jack Humphreyville. I'm with the greater stakeholder in the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. When we were going back through this in 2012, when the City Council blew off the non-exclusive trash franchise that was proposed by Miguel Santana, a number of you, including you, Mr. Krikorian, and you, Mr. Koretz, along with Mr. Weezar, said there would only be a modest price increase. From what I gather, the revenue from this program is going to go from $225 million to $350 million, a modest 56% increase, and that does not include all the Mickey Mouse fees that have been added on. I have several questions. What is the economic impact on renters, as landlords are sure to pass on the increased fees and taxes? From my gut feel, I thought it was probably about 10 to 20 bucks a month, but listening to some of the people here, it sounds like more like 30. So we're talking $250 a year for, renters in LA, whether they're in a luxury high-rise in Hollywood or whether they're in a mom-and-pop operation. What are the underlying economics that drove the prices from $225 to $350 million? Where are the efficiencies that we're supposed to have? Where is all this money going? I also wonder about the $35 million in franchise fees and how much of that is going to be diverted to the city's general fund to pay for the increased pension costs and salary increases that are anticipated for this year. Is the city going to set up a separate fund for these fees, similar to what it does for the local return money from Metro, so that we can, so we can trace the money? So I think those are several questions that I think we need to have answered about the financial implications of this monopolistic plan that has resulted in higher prices and crappy service.
Mr. Humphreyville, would you like your 1 minute of general public comment? Go ahead.
One of the things that I've been known to get number of requests to see if people could fix this up. And what I'd like to do is thank a friend of mine in the Bureau of Sanitation who has been phenomenally responsive to the people who have contacted me. Gone out there, had people come out there and meet, talked, got the haulers out there. I think the people at sanitation have done a very good job under very trying circumstances, given the mess that this system is, this exclusive trash franchise has created. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Humphrey Bill. Herman, you're next, and then Mr. Nagel.
So the greater Los Angeles falls into a monopoly, and who suffers? Who's been sold out? Those of you here today. Those of you inquiring why these overcharges and the surplus the city continues to claim it projects and makes based on a budget man's decision. But you see, Paul Krikorian is just another moron politician not playing by the books. See, he'd rather pad his wallet before fixing the problem. See, when you skim, you want to skim from the top, not from the middle of the wallet, because it's the people behind me that spoke before me, as they said, are being cheated, embezzled, and as far as I'm concerned, don't worry about the trash. Just stick it out in front of the curve and call 311. It's a free call. City sends out Enrique and his sanitation trucks. They pick it up for free. It's all for free. You, I, stakeholders, taxpayers pay for a free service. We don't need sanitation anymore. Let them decide how, when, and the correction of this monopoly is going to end. See, there's no comment from O'Farrell. He knows his garbage and trash is all over his district in CD 13. The same goes for Cedillo. They're not going to say anything because they know I'm right. No one's going to contest me because they know I'm right. If you want to be cheated, if you want to keep paying all these high fees for trash, I'll tell you what you should be telling these motherfuckers. Stick the trash up your fucking brown eye assholes, shithole motherfuckers. Because that's what's bad about trash. It ends up in a shithole mess.
You have your 1 minute of general public comment, Herman.
So now that you understand 42 U.S.C. 1983, and your opinion is based on what you observe, what you smell in your community, what you walk by on a daily basis, the cockroach, the filth, and you keep blaming it on the homeless and spreading hepatitis, this is the reason why we have an economic downfall. Because we have rude, moronic, shrewd, corrupted politicians who can't fix the problem. That's why Eric Garcetti doesn't step into any of these budget committees anymore. Because he knows he's finding out that schmucks like you don't give a rat's ass about the public. You rather keep taxing us to the point when we're going to end up in turmoil, which already, as you heard, and people can't say it, but I'll say it for them, fuck you and your trash, Enrique.
Goodbye, Herman. The next speaker is Mr. Nagel and Victor Sanchez. Are you here? Come on up. Victor Sanchez, and I believe Dr. Landsberger is back as well. Mr. Landsberger, are you Dr. Landsberger and John Landsberger, or they're two different Landsbergers? Same person, okay, welcome. Mr. Nagel, you filled out cards for item 1 in general public comment. I'm sorry, you only filled out cards for 1, thank you. So all of you filled out a card for only item number 1. So you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Nagel.
That was a tough act to follow. I'll do my best. Good afternoon.
You have no idea. You don't want to follow that.
Good afternoon,
No.
Distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Zev Nagel. I'm with Decron Properties in Los Angeles. We are a multifamily developer, owner, operator of apartments, nearly 3,000 across LA. We've been in business, and we've done business with many of you for over 3 decades. Our communities here in LA are currently serviced by Athens and Universal Waste Services. And if you want to know the numbers, we've seen an average price increase across our portfolio in LA of 128%. You've heard a lot today, so I'm going to spare you on my diatribe and just focus on 2 points. Number 1, many of us here in the room We're behind the idea and the concepts of Recycle LA. What we're here to talk about today is not issues against recycling or developing a citywide plan to make our communities cleaner. I think we all can get around to that. This is about price gouging. Huge increases to trash costs only to benefit the bottom line of the haulers. It's about taking away the free market and replacing it with, and I'm sorry to use the term, a mafia-like monopoly that lacks transparency, accountability, and due process. And that's my second point, process. Someone else said it, so I won't take credit for the words. But I just feel, and I've lived in LA for almost 35 years, everyone looks at multifamily apartment owners and landlords and thinks they're going to solve the problem. We're going to put the problem on multifamily landlords. We cannot solve all the city's problems. We are certainly your partners in solving the problems, but it's not our problems, and we got to solve it together. And that's, I think, the fundamental issue with what we're all here to discuss today. You didn't talk to us. We could have told you increasing pricing on us and putting that pressure is not going to get to better rates of sustainability and recycling, which is ultimately where we all want to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nagel. Go ahead, Mr. Sanchez, followed by Dr. Landsberger. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez and members of the committee. Victor Sanchez, I'm the CD14 resident, and I care deeply about this issue, which is why I took time off of work to come here and speak to you today. I'm born and raised in LA. I actually grew up with asthma. I think a large part of it was growing up being around a lot of commercial industries and the way in which they function and how that impacts air quality in the city. It's something that I know that a lot of you are probably really familiar with. I'm here to urge you to stay the course on this program. This is about long-term systemic change to how we handle waste recycling here in Los Angeles. And that kind of systemic change is not easy. Now, obviously, there are a lot of hiccups in terms of the pricing and what has happened, but I think that comes with the accountability that has just kind of recently been triggered, right, via the policy itself. Now, those things can be hashed out as you all continue to move on in your process, but I urge you all to stay the course on what really is a transformational program. I mean, when you look at the issues that are being addressed with regards to food security, we have large problems in the city with regards to access to food, which is a larger conversation around poverty, which is a larger conversation that we're all trying to deal with here in the city. And when we talk about infrastructure reinvestment, there's a need for infrastructure reinvestment and a need to invest that money into good paying jobs. We're also talking about worker safety. This is not an industry, right, that is willy-nilly something that is easy to do. This is a very tough job to do. I had a friend in high school whose father was a trash worker, and I think for him, being a part of the sanitation industry was a source of pride, but is one that he went to work for every day without a thought in his mind that he could be injured on the job, because it is a very, very dangerous line of work. It's also about just really kind of bringing in the air quality changes that are needed in some of our low-income communities of color, which I think is part of, a larger conversation around equity. And so I'm here to urge you as a resident to please stay the course, hash out the accountability measures that need to be hashed out, but think about equity as you move forward in making sure this policy
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
remains.
Thank you. Dr. Landsberger.
Dr. Landsberger. So thank you for allowing me to speak. First of all, I don't think there's any question by responsible citizens of Los Angeles that we all have the common goal of recycling our waste. I think that's uncontested by anybody. It's a question of how this council made decisions to implement this. One of the first facts that I learned that distressed me the most is that this city council passed this bill without having the rate schedule in hand, and that came only later. And implementation happened within 4 months of that. I can tell you I've been a trauma surgeon for more than 20 years, and I had the most stressful period of my 4 months of my life during this transition period that I ever experienced in my life. It was chaotic. I was getting fined by health department while the city trash was not being picked up by the carriers. I think it's also important to know that in most of my properties we have RUBS programs in place. This means the trash cost is being put back on the tenants. So I'm not sitting here defending me to make a bigger dollar, but to support my tenants, which I've done my entire career. I worked for working class. I worked as a physician treating working class and military families, and I'm here representing that same group of families. When you take trash that went on an average of $7 or less a month, and suddenly those same services are over $50 and that are passed on to you, and you're a low economic earning family that's paying approximately anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 a month, and you have a $50 or $40 increase, that is substantial and intolerable. The fees that are being charged to open a gate, which is required by city code to have secured trash, it's your laws that you passed, now you want to tax me on them. To haul the trash to the front of the building, in a building that was built in 1920, is unreasonable. I can't change where the trash is located. I can't make alterations. I'd like to make one last comment.
I'm sorry, you have to wrap up. I didn't allow anyone else to go over their time limit. I have to stick to the rules.
Some people got 3 minutes.
That's because they filled out a general public comment card? Okay? Sorry about that.
General comment then?
Go ahead.
So my last comment is there are landlords like myself and others that have tried to mitigate this process by spending great amounts of money moving their trash bins to other areas so they can mitigate these charges. There's no way that the city council has figured out how to let those charges be passed through. And I can tell you, as a landlord of approximately 1,200 units in Los Angeles, I spent over the last 3 months over $80,000 doing that at no benefit to myself. So we all have the same common interest, but these fees can't continue. It's unacceptable.
Thank you, Dr. Landsberger.
Thank you for your time.
We're almost done with public comment. I do have 3 cards for general public comment. I need to call them. Madeline Koppel. Madeline Koppel, are you here? You're speaking on general public comment. Just want to make sure that you understand what you filled out a card for. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
You filled out a card for general public comment.
I used that machine back.
Did you mean to speak on item number 1?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I signed up.
No, you signed up for general public comment. But, okay, no, just point of clarification, ma'am. So we're going to give her 2 minutes, and I have 2 more cards, which they might have done the same thing. Mr. Ali? Anyone here by the last name Ali? Abernaziak Ali? He might be on the, and Ron Lee. Anyone here? Ron? You also signed up for general public comment. Did you mean to sign up for item number 1? Okay. So each of you have 2 minutes, okay? Go ahead.
My name is Madeline Koppel. My family has owned apartment buildings in the city of LA for about the past 20 years. We have 10 buildings that are being serviced by Athens now. Actually, we had 9, and one Republic called to tell us that our account was canceled by the city and was transferred to Athens. So now we have 10 buildings with Athens. With all due respect, I know that your intentions were probably honorable and you had good ideas, but what you have done is created a monster. You put these trash companies in a position of they're a monopoly. They don't have any incentive to give good service. We have spent hours and hours on the phone calling. It's a hit or miss operation whether they show up on the day they're supposed to show up. I won't go into all the details of all the extra charges that they put in for the gates, for the distance, for the bins. It's been horrific. My bill went from November, it went from $2,303 to $4,977 in 1 month. That is profit to the, that's a cost, $2,674 increase, 116% increase in 1 month. And now we're hit with another 3% increase for 2018. I don't know what you think property owners are made of. We are not a bottomless pit of dollars where we can just fork up more and more money to the city or to these trash haulers. I think that Athens used to, I used to negotiate with them because I dealt with several trash companies. And the issue of free enterprise is that we could negotiate, and if we didn't like the service of one company, we could call another company. Now we can't do that anymore. You have really created a monster.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lee?
Yes, I agree with your speaker here. Monopoly is not the way to go for. Let it be a free market again. I admire the city's idea of recycling. We can implement that into a free market system. Just be it free, not monopolize. Monopolize, we have no power of negotiation. We have no power of lower the price. That's my final.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to call the final speaker, Abernacle Ali. Anyone here by that name? We seeing none. Members, that concludes public comment from item number 1 and general public comment. Like I stated earlier, we are going to go into closed session. We're going to leave the room so that people can stay in the room. And the reason we're going into closed session is there may be discussion of that would include consideration of whether we should initiate litigation on this issue. So I would ask that you announce that we're going into closed session so that we can make our way there.
We're good.
The public can stay here or in the overflow rooms. We'll return after we adjourn closed session back into this room.
Has ended, and we are now back in open session.
Okay, great. Members, so we're now back in open session. Colleagues, we have asked all of the contracted waste haulers to be here today. I know a number of them are still here. I think Athens, Republic, and Waste Management are all going to speak in a few minutes, but I also want to make mention there's a number of others that are here, CalMat, Ware, Universal Waste, and at NASA. And I want to make sure before we bring Athens, Republic, and Waste Management up, do we have any questions of the smaller haulers? Any of you have any questions of CalMat, Ware, Universal Waste, and NASA? Where are you guys? Do you have anything that you want to share with us? I mean, given that none of us have any questions of you, maybe you have some recommendations of why perhaps you're doing a pretty good job doing your zone. Is there anything you want to share? Do you want to come forward? Please share.
Could we come up after?
Absolutely. No. I have to do it now because I think the other waste haulers is going to be very lengthy. So if you want to come forward now, say do it now. If not, I have to move on with the agenda. Thank you. And we don't have to, it can be 2 to 3 minutes. We don't have to spend a lot of time here. But none of the members on the committee have any questions of you. I just want you to quickly share your experiences and if there is any recommendations that you'd like to share with us today. Anybody want to start? Quickly?
Okay, I'll start.
Very well. What is your name and who are you with?
My name is JB D'Souza. I'm with CalMet Services. I'm the vice president.
You're with CalMet? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I am also one of the owners. And I'm a mom and pop. I'm a small business. And I'm very, very proud of our accomplishments with this program. I want to make it clear, I hate to hear you guys say that I'm price gouging. It angers me because that's not true. I was given a contract. You guys came to me and said, here are the rates. Here are the extra service fees. Here are your 2 lines of revenue. You required me to take my staff, be trained by your staff, and taught how to charge the distance fees, how to charge the access fees. And I just want to make it clear, I'm doing what the contract asks of me to do. And I'm doing a really, really good job. I'm really good at what I do. My drivers are amazing. My staff is awesome. And I'm proud of this contract. It's a good contract. And I just really would like to say I wish I had more support from the city. I think if we got on the same page and we started a better campaign of education and letting these business owners know that these state laws came about, that they're real, they're on the books, they have to recycle, they have to have an organics program. It's up to you guys to enforce it. That's what the state is saying. If we can get that message out, if city staff could get their customer service center up so they have access to my data, so when a customer calls, they know their pickup days, they know their frequency, so they can give them better information. I think we're well on our way, and okay. I want more support. Okay. You know, when I ask for help, I wish I was getting it. I was getting support, and I want us to get on the same page.
Got it.
And I'm committed to doing that, and that's what I'm asking you.
Thank you so much for being here. Anyone else want to say, yeah, your name and who are you with?
I'm Mark Blackburn, president of Universal Waste, and we had a full presentation for you. We thought we were all going to spend a little time up here today.
How long is your presentation?
It's about 7 minutes.
Let's go for it.
You
Go.
want to go for it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hi. My name is Matt Blackburn, and I'm the vice president of Universal Waste. And we're obviously the contractor for the Northeast Zone. And we wanted to give you just a little bit of an update, kind of where we're at and what we've done through the process. So to date, over the last 6 months, we've worked with 14 customers, and we've transitioned 6,300 customers into the...
You speak closer into the mic. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
We've worked with 14 companies transitioning over the last 6 months, 6,300 customers into the Recycla program. We felt, one of the things that we felt is missing when we read some of the articles and we see some of the news clippings is really the magnitude of the program. The Northeast Zone is the equivalent to 6 or 7 average cities in Los Angeles County. So this is a huge undertaking that we've undertaken in only under 180 days to transition. Moving kind of quickly. So UWS and our subcontractors have added 127 jobs to date in our zone. We employ over 20 minority, women-owned, disabled, small local business subcontractors that we're doing work with that have helped us be successful in this process. To date, we've spent over $3.9 million with those subcontractors helping us roll out this program, and what we believe has been very successful. Our zero waste reps are outsourced through a small local business here. They've visited 8,700 customers. We've done 5,400 waste assessments, and we've signed up approximately 65% of our customers by working with them through their waste assessments to right size. To date, we've delivered over 10,000 recycling containers, and we've refurbished and rebranded approximately 6,800 trash containers in our zone. We've transitioned 40 of our collection vehicles to natural gas, and we're now running 9 scout routes, which are the small routes that are assisting these larger trucks in completing their pickups. Some of the bigger investments that we have committed to in the franchise was helping the city to build infrastructure that was necessary to make Recycla successful. So to date, Universal Waste has committed a $30 million investment into the city and to the Recycla program. We have a 1,500 ton per day material recovery facility that's under construction, expected to open in August of this year, that will help us meet some of these recycling goals.
Where is that?
It's in Santa Fe Springs. In addition, we have a local transfer station now just outside of downtown LA that we're going to be expanding, that will be fully enclosed and be able to process 1,000 tons a day of solid waste to landfills and to our material recovery facility. In addition, we've received a full permit to add food waste organics recycling at that facility. So we're hoping to begin construction on that in 2018 with about a 12-month construction estimate. So by the time we're ready to roll organics, we should have the infrastructure in place to help make that successful. A little bit about service. I don't want to get too much into it, but there's been a lot of talk about these SNCs and missed pickups and what those represent. And for Universal Waste, I just wanted to give you some quick stats for December. In December, we serviced over 92,000 collections in the Northeast Zone. We tipped approximately 153,000 containers, tipped and emptied 153,000 bins. And we have approximately 400 service inquiries that have come through the city. I call them inquiries because I think there's some misconception of what that SNC number actually stands for, and I think staff will address that. But throughout the transition from July till now, we've maintained over a 99.5% success rate in our collection. So we've had issues, but we've worked through them. Our response time is between 6 and 9 hours on the SRs coming through. So even when we have issues, we're trying to follow up and resolve those as fast as possible. And then as for rates, I know there's a lot of rate discussion going on out there. And, one of the things that we have done from day one is try to work with our customers. About 78% of our customers currently are just paying the standard base rates of the contract without any extra service fees at all. And of those customers that are paying extra service fees, a small percent, about 3%, are actually impacted. More than 40% of their rate is attributed to extra service fees. And early on in the program, we started seeing some of these impacts, and we've made a commitment to the Board of Sanitation, or Bureau of Sanitation and Board of Public Works, that we're willing, if obviously we heard the concerns, we all understand what's out there, and if there's a way to come to some kind of a resolution that allows us to maintain the revenue needed to meet the program requirements, but also allows the customers the opportunity to save some money and to make this more affordable and successful. We remain committed to do that. So with that being said, we're proud of the work we've done. We think we've done a really good job. We've worked hard. We're a local family-owned and operated company as well. And thank you for the time to talk to you, and we're here if you have any questions for us.
Did you want to say a few words?
Yes.
What's
Yes,
your
Madam
name
Chair.
and who are you with?
I'm Judy Gregory, and I'm
Say that
here-
again?
Judy Gregory with NASA Services, and I just want to say ditto to JB. And everything she said is great, and I agree that we're here because we really we value this opportunity and we want to cooperate with the city. So a little bit of information about NASA. Obviously, we service the downtown Los Angeles zone, which was one of the most diverse and dense zones and unique and challenging in many ways. It's made up of some of the largest businesses in the city, as you know, lots of different types of businesses, high-rise, commercial, multifamily, mixed use, and every single one of those properties has presented a unique challenge to us as we've been out there in the field. We continue to be enthusiastic about the opportunities and the challenges out there, and we've really embraced this transition, and I think that you'll see in the things that we've been able to do that we've given nothing less than 100% to this transition to ensure that it's been completely successful and that the businesses that we're working with really understand the program. Originally, we had a list of 1,771 accounts that were given to us, and we've identified over 2,400 accounts and transitioned nearly 2,300 of those, which is a 38% increase over what we initially thought we were getting ourselves into, right? We estimated 19 routes, and by the time we're going to be completed this month transitioning, it'll be actually 31 routes, including our small scout trucks. So that's a lot more work than we initially anticipated, but we've been able to keep up with it and do it. And I'm happy to say that actually all of our trucks, our fleet, have already been transitioned to the CNG vehicles. So we've done that. Additionally, the recycling increases. We're seeing that nearly 1 out of every 3 cubic yards we service is recycling, and there was next to no recycling in the city when we took over these accounts. We've had an extremely successful transition utilizing the zero waste reps in the field, and I am so proud of the work that our team has done out there. Visited sites, revisited sites, reassessed, done everything we can to make sure that every single business that has started service with us has seen us, has had the opportunity to share with us what their needs are and have them addressed, and really have us work with them to make the transition as successful as possible. And due to that, we have over 80% of our accounts have actually signed their service agreements. They have not been auto-enrolled. And we anticipate that that sign rate is going to go up this month as we're completing the transition of our largest zone, subzone. We actually believe that the high rate of cooperation we have had with the city has resulted in very low instances of complaints for missed services through the call center. In fact, our rate is less than half of 1%. So we feel very satisfied with that, and we feel like during a transition period to have less than half of 1% of issues is a great rate, and we just know that we're going to continue to improve upon that. We only service 2% of the downtown zone when we started, and now we service over 95% of the city. So that's, as Matt mentioned, that's a huge transition equal to the size of many average cities. The one thing that I guess before I end is I want to talk about some of the issues we have continue to be with untransitioned accounts that are still continuing to use illegal, unpermitted haulers in the city. And like JB said, we need the city's help and cooperation to work through those issues. The accounts that don't utilize a permitted hauler, they call us up, they don't want to work with us, and then we get calls saying that my hauler's no longer picking me up and I have mounds of trash picking up. And we're trying to resolve those and work with those issues, but we really need the city to come alongside and help us proactively prevent that from happening in the first place. And that, we don't feel like we're able to alleviate that situation on our own, so that would really help bring down the complaints for those type of calls. I wanted to talk about one of the really positive things that we've had with the business industrial bid. They have repeated issues of of illegal dumping on a block in San Pedro, the 700 block of South San Pedro, where for years, Estela Lopez, the executive director, has said as long as she can remember, they have not been able to alleviate that issue in that bid, and they spend thousands of dollars, their bid does, cleaning up those messes. And we worked with them over the Christmas period of time, and they had 2 floral holidays in December, and it was the first time she can remember that they haven't had an issue with illegal dumping and spent thousands of dollars and weeks afterwards trying to clean it up. So those are the type of partnerships that we're really trying to create with the businesses in downtown. But we need the city to partner with us to help transition the accounts that are using illegal haulers. We need help setting up organics to make sure that businesses are going to be complying with AB 1826. And realistically, we need to ensure that all the fees allocated to us under the contract remain intact and aren't jeopardized so that we can continue to provide this level of service. So if we are going to be here working hard to make sure that we're meeting the expectations outlined in the contract, we need to know that the amounts of revenue that we had budgeted will continue to be there to support the programs and the services that we're providing. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being. Your name and who are you with?
Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and the rest of the committee. I'm Jay Ware, General Manager of Ware Disposal Company. We're the only certified WBE recyclate service provider. We're also servicing the southeast zone. First of all, we remain honored to participate in the most comprehensive commercial collection program in the nation. We remain fully committed to ensure the program's success. It should be noted that during our transition period, we were the only provider requiring a full transition where we did not possess any permanent business in the southeast zone. This required an increased attention to detail and staff attention to transition 2,100 customers in a 3-month period. We've identified about 2,138 customers to date, with another 100 serviced by other providers still not transitioned out. We've done 1,896 waste assessments, 1,410 service agreements executed, and still distributed over 1,600 welcome packages. We've also revisited 545 customers for various reasons, usually relating to increases in participation for recycling. To handle this work, we've deployed 16 of the newest clean air near zero CNG vehicles purchased along with 2,000 bins and 5,800 recycling carts. These near zero engines improve the city's overall air quality by eliminating the old permit waste haulers and the old vehicles off the road. We estimate our total initial investment for the recycling program prior to initial start was over $7 million. We've hired and maintained new jobs for both collection service providers as well as full-time zero waste specialists to about 30 people. We anticipate all of these people remaining on and helping us to complete the service agreement process and commence the next phase of the recycling program. We continue to see an increase in the participation of the recycling program. There was nearly an increase of 200 cubic yards last week alone. Point of fact, we'll introduce another full recycling route this month just to handle the consistent demand. From a zone with less than 1 full recycling route on July 1st to now 4 full recycling routes, we anticipate adding 1 or 2 by year's end. Additionally, we have implemented organic food waste programs to some of our customers, and as you can see in our PowerPoint presentation, our volume of trash steadily has decreased since October from a 2-to-1 ratio of recycling, which is dramatic improvement over the 19-to-1 trash to recycling volume prior to the service transition. This represents a significant programmatic success and gets the city closer to its zero waste goals. One of the bright spots of the recycling program is the food reuse recapture program. We've gathered and partnered with Food Forward and the St. Francis Center, as you heard earlier today in some testimony. Since July 1st, we have captured 576,000 pounds of food waste and redistributed this to people in need. This reduction is nearly 750 tons of CO2 equivalent, and if you assumed 1.2 pounds per meal, it would provide about 480,000 meals for those in need in Los Angeles. We have pursued a collaborative approach with the Southeast customers regarding service extra fees. We have notable success story at this multifamily complex just last week at 5200 South Broadway, which incidentally was a location kicking off the Recycler program last year, and we worked out a solution changing out the location of their bins and saving them thousands of dollars a month. During this transition, we've given customers their choice, whereby they can reduce their costs by staging containers in areas which they can easily access them. With that said, we continue to strive to provide the highest level of customer service. Over the next year, our staff is going to work with our customers to expand recycling opportunities, educate them on how to take advantage of the best aspects of the program. We are already a unionized company providing top skill wages and benefits to our employees. Our drivers are safe. We remain honored to have been selected to participate in the nation's most aggressive and comprehensive commercial delivery system and welcome the challenge it presents on a daily basis. If you have any questions for me, I'm more than willing to answer.
Members, do you have any questions? Well, I think we have questions for the next segment, though. Thank you so much. I'm going to invite Athens Republic and Waste Management to please come up to the table. So,
Hey, Dan. Here we go.
okay. Is everyone here? I know we're already at 5 o'clock, so thanks everyone for your patience. So you've already heard public comment, and you've seen the news articles, and you've heard from numerous council offices about the frustration, the resentment, and frankly the anger over the delivery of services at with this new program. So I want to give you the opportunity to, perhaps in 3 to 5 minute presentations to each company, give us your overall experience with the program before I open it up to questions by my colleagues, because I'm sure they're all going to have questions. So I don't know who wants to go first.
I'll go.
Okay. Athens will go first, and then Republic will go second, then Waste will go last. So keep it to no more than 5 minutes, because I think we really want to get into a direct discussion with you. I know a lot of my colleagues have a lot of questions, so I want to get to them as quickly as possible. So go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you.
Madam Chair, do you want me to run the clock?
With this transition, with transitioning 22,000 customers over a 6-month period, 15,000 of those customers were new to Athens, meaning that we had to transition and onboard them. 13,000 of the customers we actually divested to recycler service providers as well over the 6-month period. So it was a very big undertaking to divest 13,000 customers and obviously onboard 15,000 at the same time. With these 22,000 customers, we also initiated a new recycling program for every single one of these customers. So we added an additional 40 recycling routes to the entire program. This is 40 routes that were basically picking up trash or picking up the recycling as trash prior to the implementation of this process. In addition, we also had to hire a significant amount of new drivers, learning new areas, obviously for these drivers that were existing with Athens, new service sites, and learning new onboard technology that we've been able to provide to our employees via the new route trucks that we've implemented in the city. One of the instances, and you can see by the handout that we gave you on picture number 3.
Which one's the handout you're referring to? This?
Yes.
So are you going through this page by page?
I am trying to, yes.
Okay, I didn't know you were doing that. So what page are you on?
I'm on page 3.
Okay. Members, page 3.
Correct.
Go ahead.
So you will see that this is West LA. This is a representation of all of the routes that we're running in West LA. And the first part of the transition of these 22,000 customers was that we wanted to take all the routes as is. So we basically took the routes as the other haulers were running them. We also did an acquisition of 17 haulers in that area as well, and we acquired those routes as is. Some of these cases, when we acquired these 17 different haulers, we were basically getting routes documentation in a piece of paper with codes or gate codes basically written on this documentation. Some of it was pretty dated, and we had to overcome some of those obstacles. If you look at the picture on slide number 4, you'll see a big difference in the colorization. So the first one represents a variety of different rainbow of colors meaning that these routes were just taken as is. We didn't optimize these routes. And when you look at the optimization of those particular routes, we were running about 39 routes, trash routes, in that particular area. By doing the optimization in October, we were running 34 routes now. In doing so, folks like Miguel Cardenas, that's been with our company for over 32 years, servicing the San Fernando Valley, was basically moved into West LA. So as you may understand, when you're in an area for 32 years, you get very accustomed to that particular area. And now this individual is having to run in a new geographical territory, learning the traffic patterns of the area as well, dealing with subterranean, buildings where we have to go out and dig out the bins, dealing with bin enclosures as well and understanding where all those bins are at as well, and learning the new onboard technology. So this is obviously very difficult for somebody like Miguel. Over the course of this transition, in the 6 months, Miguel received 43 service not completes. That represents 15,600 services that he did over that 6-month period. So if you basically stratify that, you're looking at one service not complete for every 363 customers or services that he performed during that time period as well. In addition, part of the benefit of reducing those routes was the near zero emission and the CNG trucks that we've been able to add at Athens. So we invested in 130 near zero vehicles that are now in the streets, in the process of going into the program as well. One near zero emission truck represents 225 vehicles of emissions worth. So these 130 CNG trucks that we've injected into the program represent roughly about 30,000 vehicles worth of emissions. So that's a very good benefit for the Angelinos, the citizens of this city. In terms of change mitigation, we visited 22,000 customers now through this process over the 6-month period. Every single one of these customers was a customized program that we developed for each one of them. We're adding recycling to each one of them as well. There's unlimited amount of opportunities for these customers to call us back and change their service levels if they so desired, which is another ongoing operational challenge for us, going out there and switching out these bins to the new service levels that these customers are requiring as well. So it's basically, we're rolling out a very boutique customized program over a 6-month period, and it's a very huge undertaking, as you can understand. In doing so, we more than doubled the amount of staff that we have at Athens in terms of the folks that are dedicated to the city of LA. We added over 350 employees, of which 103 were specifically dedicated to the outreach program. So it was recycle coordinators and customer service representatives that helped us integrate these 22,000 customers on board our program. We've also collaborated with the city on any technical issues to make sure that we're ensuring good customer service. In fact, we started self-reporting some of the calls that were coming directly to us in the December timeframe, and you'll see that that was one of the spikes that you saw in the customer service calls that have been coming into the city. We're also working with customers to resolve customer disputes, and we've also extended the courtesy or the goodwill of not charging for any overfills or contamination during this time, specifically for that reason, as we know that there was a lot of service changes that needed to happen and a lot of learning that needed to happen by the tenants as well. So we opted to not charge those as well. We've been providing monthly newsletters to our city council members, in addition to sending recycle coordinators out there to make sure that we're ensuring the best customer service and helping city council address any customer concerns. And we've also dedicated staff to provide quick response to service requests. So we've created a VIP program basically where our area supervisors are in charge of a certain population of customers. And if any of these customers have multiple call-ins, the area supervisors are instructed to go out there and get to the root cause of the issue to make sure we're mitigating some of these service complaints as well. With service reliability, one of the measurements or the success measurements that we look at is the total service not complete versus the number of services that we've done. If I were to take basically the monthly services that we're doing on a monthly basis at Athens, it's about 437,000 services that we're doing every month. If I take all of the service not complete calls that we've gotten from August through December, you're looking at a 99.8% reliability rate. This comes out to 17 service issues for every 10,000 services that we've provided. Of all of those services, I can tell you now that we've addressed those within a 24-hour period to make sure that we're addressing any service concerns there.
And just to be clear, I'm not in any way attempting to downplay or evade the responsibility of our customer service mess ups. Rather, I want to assure the committee that our internal customer service data tells a different story than what's being portrayed in the press. Athens has resolved the overwhelming majority of transition-related issues, but there's still more work to be done. Recycla is not perfect, but it's working. The program benefits that the mayor and the city council envisioned for Recycla are happening. We have less pollution, fewer vehicle miles traveled, more, better, safer jobs, and increased recycling and landfill diversion as well. These accomplishments have been overshadowed by the service issues during the program implementation, but I believe Recycla has got a bright future, and history will judge that it's a courageous and transformative program that other cities should also follow. Thank you.
Okay, members, I think we're going to wait for questions. We're going to get through the presentation so that we can all ask questions. That was in quite 5 minutes, so
I don't have any slides.
thank you.
You're welcome. I know, Nuri.
We just want
no
to get
slides.
through business quickly.
Yeah, no problem. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Suzanne Passantino with Republic Services, representing the South Los Angeles and Northeast Valley zones. And I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and talk about both the successes and the challenges of this program. So we heard from a lot of our customers here today, and the time that we've had after the meeting, we have met with many of them to resolve and help go through their issues. And that's really what we've been doing every day since this program started. Like Cesar had said, it really is an individualized program. There were a lot of, challenges as it rolled out, and really every single day our goal is to maximize, to optimize services with our customers, to work through billing disputes, and it really is a one-on-one individual process. And there's no one more committed to that process than your service providers and myself personally as your contract manager. I don't think that, I know you hear a lot that it's challenging and it's tough and it's hard, and I don't know if people really understand the complexity of what that means. So I wanted to kind of put just a little bit of perspective around what really large means, especially to our zones. So probably the most recent and relevant transition that we've had is the City of San Jose. Republic Services has over 40 franchises locally, several thousand across the nation. This is what we do. We do this for a living. We're very good at it, and it's why we're here, right? So you wonder, how did we get here, with people in the audience with all these issues? So just to take the most relevant recent example would be the City of San Jose, 10th largest city in the country, went through a similar process of going from an open market system with multiple haulers to a franchise system with one hauler, and Republic was selected to be that hauler. Just for comparison, 10th largest city, and we were given a 6-month time frame to implement and roll out services. How many customers do you think there are in the City of San Jose? There are a total of 8,000 commercial and multifamily customers in San Jose, and about 9,000 to 10,000 commercial containers that were deployed, and we had a 6-month time frame to roll out that contract, which is generally what a normal transition would be, somewhere around 6 months to roll out. So just to compare, 8,000 customers, City of San Jose. The City of Los Angeles has nearly 80,000 commercial customers here across a very diverse geographic area. And over probably 150, 200,000 containers. I don't even know the number. Our two zones alone represent 18,000 customers. Remember, San Jose, 8,000. Northeast Valley and South Los Angeles have 18,000 customers and about 35,000 commercial containers that we had to procure, buy, deploy, and get delivered, in apparently not all to the right places, so we're working on that. And so my two zones alone were 2.5 times the size of the City of San Jose, and collectively we transitioned basically 10 City of San Jose's in the course of 6 months. So it was really, I don't think any of us really, we all wanted a little bit longer of a time frame. We all recognized it, and we need probably a year, but there were, it was, we were directed this was going to be done in 6 months, and it was going to be done all at the same time. They talked originally about staggering it, doing, different times. So we had, and all the while I was taking on our accounts, I was still servicing, in a lot of the other areas, which challenged our resources. So that's just to show some size. So I think collectively it's actually remarkable what has been done by all the RSPs, and we recognize their service challenges. One miss is one miss too many. But the good news is today, as I think we finished Subzone 6 on February 1st, we're all transitioned. We've pretty much, taken on most of the routes. Today, Republic Services reliability rate is over 99.5%. We are meeting the standards of the contract today. When we do have misses, they are recovered within the time frame before 6 p.m. if it's same day, or before 10 a.m. the next day. So we recognize there were challenges, but I'm proud to say today we're doing very well. At the core of the issue and complexity of this program, as we rolled it out from our experience, was that there were really a lot more customers, but more importantly, the number of yards and the tonnage that we were required to collect was astoundingly different. So for Republic, we had nearly 2,000 more customers from what the city's original data had provided, and more than 30% by volume. So what that means is that we based our proposal on collecting about 590,000 yards to fill up our truck of the trash and recycling, and today we're close to 900,000 yards. It's almost 30 to 40% more. And so as we were working through the transition, we realized, pretty quickly, we needed a whole lot more trucks and a whole lot more staff. And, the collection vehicles, these are $350,000 vehicles. They usually take 6 months to a year to prepare, and we plan for these things. And so we recognized really early on we needed to get some additional trucks. So we did that, and we were able to procure almost an additional 40 trucks within a 30 to 45-day time period, which really then helped us with the service issues and the challenges that we were having. Another issue, and Karen Caffey over here that I spoke to after the meeting was a result of a lot of the abandoned accounts and companies after July 1 just upping and leaving and not servicing their customers. So, and those are customers that, would not have had service for a while. We'd have to run out, go pick them up, onboard them with service challenges and whatnot. And so Republic stepped up to identify these customers, provided additional trucks, more drivers and staff to bring these customers into the program. So that just kind of gives an overview of where we were and where we are today. Just want to spend, I know I'm probably short on my time. I see Nuri. Okay. We're just a couple things to go over, just some of the overall highlights of the program. We did enroll 18,000 customers, 35,000 containers. We are working every single day with our customers. We've touched over 44,000 on-site visits to work with customers. We've launched a great food recovery program that's being sponsored and supported by the Recycla program. We have a great Maybe Weeby program that we're working with. And lastly, we've invested over $50 million in infrastructure and equipment to support this program. So the transition was unprecedented in size and had errors because of abandoned and unknown accounts and far more tonnage than known or anticipated. But Republic responded to the challenges with significant additional resources and in an effort to right the ship. So moving forward from here, we do still recognize that there are some challenges. I think UWS had mentioned it earlier. We know that most of the people behind us here are here because of the rate issue, and we just want the city to know that, we've been trying to get some dialogue, to have some discussions about this, to come up with some solutions that would be beneficial for the program. But we're committed to this program. There's no one more committed than us, and we're very proud to be here.
Thank you. Waste?
Yes. Working? Okay, good. I'm Doug Corcoran. I'm with Waste Management. Chair Martinez, thanks very much for the meeting. I mean, these are always kind of tough, but they're necessary. And committee members, thank you for your time. I want to start off by apologizing. I feel like I'm on an apology tour in a way, but I want to apologize. All the customers that have had any suffering whatsoever, from the slightest to the very frustrating, that we had anything to do with, I just want to say I'm sorry to all of them. If I could say it to them individually, I would. We're trying. I go out there and talk to them. We take the phone calls. And your staff, too. I mean, your staff's been inundated with calls, and Bureau of Sanitation folks. So to the extent that we had anything to do with that, and we did have something to do with it, I apologize to everybody for that. We're working on it day and night to get that fixed. Service issues. Obviously, you could hear, you could feel it from the people as they were talking today, the frustration. But I think it's important to put it into context or give you a fuller picture of it, because so far we've heard one side and we've seen the press and that sort of thing, but there's more to the story. And I want to tell you about a 1-2 punch that basically should have knocked us out, but didn't, thank God. And the first punch was a very large hauler in Waste Management's areas, which are West Valley and Southeast Valley. didn't get a franchise. And as soon as they realized they weren't getting a franchise, they began to vacate the city, figure out how do we get out of here? Then we're not working down there anymore. So they were creating a tremendous amount of problem, lots of abandoned accounts, lots of issues. And frankly, both of the other companies up here had to deal with some of those issues themselves. And Athens actually ended up buying a lot of the routes. But the damage was done. So they created havoc out there in our area. And they had a huge section of our area. The constant, prolonged, unexpected changes we had to react to basically threatened to undermine our entire plan that we had built based on information we knew. Now, the second punch on the 1-2 combination was the amount of volume that was out there that nobody knew about. The Bureau didn't know about it. The haulers didn't know about it. Only people who knew about it were the illegal haulers and the people that vacated this city. Right now, we're picking up 60,000 cubic yards a week more material than any of the information that was available. And before you look at the Bureau and say, why didn't you guys know it? There's no way they could have known that. These guys were running under the radar. They were not reporting the way they should have been reporting. So that slipped through the cracks back then. Recycla is actually a solution to that. You're going to capture that volume and that that information so that the appropriate fees are paid, et cetera. But that's 60,000 cubic yards a week. That's more than the combined yardage of the downtown, east downtown, and harbor zones put together. If that was a standalone zone, it would be one of the large zones. So without knowing that that was out there, we get out there, right? Everything's crazy because these haulers are bailing. We start finding the extra volume. And frankly, we got whipsawed. And we didn't have the resources that we needed to deal with that. So we began adjusting to that as quickly as possible. But what ends up happening is that compounds as time goes on and you're transitioning zone after zone after zone. You still haven't collected all the additional stuff you've seen in the first one. You got to go to the second one. Now you got what's left over from the first plus what you find in the second. Compounds to the third. And you can see in the trend, I think you'll see in a report that the Bureau, I don't know if they're going to go through it today. You certainly have the report. You look at the trend line of the service not completed numbers for waste management over the transition. And you'll see steady up, and then all of a sudden, fast drop down. We got our arms around it. Should have knocked us out. It didn't knock us out. And we're taming the beast. So you'll see it's a dramatic improvement. And I believe all the rest are doing the same thing. But I'm so proud of the drivers, the helpers, the customer service reps, all the people on the front lines for us, because they don't give up. They stay out there. They deal with the problem. They take it personally, just like I do. And I think they've just been outstanding. So what I'd like to do is run through some quick statistics. It won't take me long to kind of give you a bigger picture than what you've already gotten. So 60,000 60,000, that's the number of weekly collection yards that were unknown prior to the transition that we've had to incorporate while we were trying to transition these huge zones in a transition that is unlike any transition that ever was implemented or attempted before. 1.5 million. That's the number of services during the same transition period in waste management zones that went off without a hitch. 9,000 to 10,000. That's roughly the Bureau of Sanitation's reported service issues in waste management zones during the transition. Now, that doesn't represent all missed pickups. About half, maybe slightly less than half, is really missed pickups. The other things are other categories that get other issues like inquiries or asking about what time the driver is going to be there. That all falls into that category. So that's about 9,000 to 10,000. About 5,000 really, let's say 5,000 for real missed pickups out of 1.5 million services. That's a 99.7% success rate in the service over that period of time during that impossible transition. And it's getting better. We've passed the worst, and it's getting better from here. Give you another number, $500,000. That's how much free service, courtesy services we have provided throughout our areas in response to the abandoned accounts and the other things that when people say, look, nobody's been out here for so long, $500,000. Another $500,000. That's how much we've credited back to customers for service issues that they brought to our attention in that period of time. $8 million. That's our payroll so far. That's the Recycla payroll. And that means, and that's basically about 270 people. 148, 150 of which have been hired because of this program, and then 60 contract workers as well, hired because of this program. Those are jobs that got created because of Recicla. 31.4 million. That's how much we spent on trucks so far. And there's more to come. 10 million. That's the new containers we bought. More to come. 4.7 million. That's natural gas fueling infrastructure that we installed at our site in Sun Valley because of Recicla. 5.4 million. That's how much we spent on our facilities so far. And we're, as you know, Chair Martinez, we're building a recycling facility in Sun Valley, state-of-the-art. It's going to transform that area. By the time we get done with that and the organics infrastructure that we're building because of Recicla, that'll be $100 million on facilities alone that we're in for. $1 million, customized Recicla IT. So we're working day and night, 7 days a week. Anyone who says that we're not doing everything possible to make this a complete success is just wrong. They're just wrong. We're doing everything we can. We think this program is good. It's got some bumps, and we're hoping that we can finally get to a point where we work some of those out. No doubt. We have to be sensitive and hear what our customers are saying out there and your constituents. We get it. But that's what I would just say. Don't. I've heard talk about maybe we're going to look at this program going away. Don't do that. That would be the worst mistake you could possibly make. Let's fix it, address the issues, and move forward. Thank you.
All right, Doug. All right. Thank you. And members, we're going to have sanitation come after the Holler presentations and questions from members. We're going to have them come up next. So they are going to be able to answer questions as well. Who wants to kick us off? Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being and participating in this. Let me just start by saying I've heard each of you describe the difficulties in this transition. It's hard, and I have to say I could not possibly care less how hard it is for you to make this transition. I could not possibly care less. You've been granted an exclusive franchise in your areas. You had 5 years to do the due diligence that you needed to do, to prepare, to analyze what your business needs were, to make an assessment of what your professionals, you're nationally known throughout the country. You should know whether there are, what the percentage of phantom accounts you could expect. You should know that. That's on you. You should know what the expense would be for servicing these accounts. It's your obligation, not ours, to ensure that you had sufficient staffing, that you had sufficient trucks. 3.11 of the contract requires you to obtain additional staffing as necessary. 3.19 of the contract requires you to purchase vehicles quickly enough to be able to accommodate the concerns of your customers. Paragraph 3.1913, you have to have reserve vehicles sufficient to be able to meet the needs. So the fact that you have, in many respects, in every one of our districts, failed to be able to meet your customers' expectations, that's on you. That's not on anyone else. So yes, it's hard. Yes, this is a big city. But you know what? You're getting the revenues from a big city as well. You grabbed the brass ring and became the winning bidders on exclusive franchises in the second biggest city in America. There were a lot of small haulers that were here. There's a lot of small haulers that were servicing your accounts who aren't in business anymore. So I don't want to hear ever again from anybody how hard this is or how difficult it is to be able to meet your customers' requirements. What I want to hear from you is when you are going to meet your customers' requirements. So I have a few questions.
Go right ahead. Absolutely.
Okay. First, I want to talk about waste assessments. One of the central problems that my constituents and many of the people who came here talked about is that they were caught by surprise by rate increases, by extra fees, by other things that they would not have been surprised by if there had been a waste assessment that they had participated in and that the services provided were consistent with that waste assessment. The contract provides that waste assessments are supposed to be directed at reducing to the greatest extent possible the customer's burden. And yet that clearly hasn't happened in case after case after case. We heard them testifying today. So I want to know what each of you
Somebody turn off the lights.
sign from above. I want to know what each one of you is doing to ensure that each one of your customers pays the smallest amount necessary to meet their needs in this waste assessment process. Doug, in my district, there's 3 zones in my district that 40% have not had their assessment yet. It's hard for me to imagine that that could be the case, but that's what LA Sands' most recent update indicated. So what are each of you doing to ensure a thorough, customer-oriented waste assessment at each one of your customers?
I could start. Well, we've got an army of people on the ground, that's for sure, and we will target the areas that are light on waste assessments. There is I guess I know you want to hear any challenges, but there are challenges that sometimes getting to the folks and getting them out there to do the waste assessments. And then how the transition program worked is you try to get them out there, and then if you don't get them out there by the end of a given month, they got auto-enrolled. And that really seems to be kind of where the rub is, because folks heard when they got auto-enrolled. Now, it's not that we didn't try. We call them. We try to get meetings. Sometimes the owners are not available. Sometimes it's property managers that can't get out there. Sometimes you can't find the right person to talk to. And so you just keep trying. And that's what we do. We visit, we call, we visit, we call, we visit, we call. And then as the transition moved along, if this particular subzone, because that's how we split up the entire areas, was we split our zones into subzones, each basically dividing our service areas into sixths, 1/6, 1/6, 1/6, each to be transitioned at a given month. If you don't get to the people, no matter how many times you try, you just can't get to them, they got auto-enrolled, and that's when they found out what was going on. And of course, you rightfully point out, Councilman Krikorian, that it enraged a lot of people, which I get that. If I suddenly get a bill, last week I'm paying this week I'm paying that, I'm going to be angry too. And that's what happened. So now what we have to do is, to fix that problem, we got to go back and basically redo the whole thing, only now it's been uncomfortable and unpleasant, but now everybody's paying attention. Everybody knows something's happened. Whereas before, believe me, it was not as easy as you might think. Perhaps a longer transition would have made sense, because we would have had a longer time to get out there. But that jamming that into 1 month, had to auto-enroll, move on to the next zone. That created that problem of people getting that shock without getting their waste assessments completed. So that's the answer. Go back and do it again and again, until we finally get to everybody. And as far as driving the cost down to an absolute minimum, that's their job. That's the job description for our waste assessment people, is go out there and figure out how to optimize the recycling so that their bill is not unduly impacted. It's frankly, it's never going to go back to those rates that some of the folks were saying when they were dealing with a lot of the illegal haulers, and they were paying these ridiculously low rates that couldn't possibly support this program. It's never going to go back there. But if we're not, this is our pitch to customers who are reluctant to talk to us too. If you're not meeting with our people and you're not recycling to the maximum extent you can, you're paying too much. You don't have to pay too much to meet with our people.
Okay, I want to know, when are we going to get these waste assessments completed by everybody, and what are you doing to drive down the cost for your customers? And I'm going to have a follow-up, and maybe I should just get it out there now so you can all address it as well. One of the complaints in waste assessments, and countless people have called my office, and I'm sure everybody else, and saying that the waste assessments that they received were a joke. My staff has accompanied customers on waste assessments, and they've seen customers basically be given an assessment without even a discussion of what potential options there might be to reduce their costs. We've heard time and again from apartment buildings, especially older buildings, that don't have the space for 2 separate bins. And many of you have serviced those buildings in the past, and you've had black bin recycling. So you've been using your MRFs to recycle the materials out of those bins, and now they're expected to have 2 bins where there was 1 before. If there's not sufficient room for a proper recycling bin, then that's going to hurt our recovery, not help it. It's going to hurt our diversion rates. So again, what are you doing to ensure that everybody gets the full range of options to reduce their costs with their waste assessment? And why isn't black bin recycling a part of one of those options?
All right, well, I'll just start on waste assessments. For us, we recognize that the more we can have signed agreements, as we've now gone back to subzone 1 and 2, our numbers are almost as high as 60% in some of our subzone 1. So it really is resources. Every single call that comes into our call center, we verify if they have had a waste assessment or not, if they have a signed service agreement or not, and we understand that I completely agree with you, Mr. Krikorian. We need to be working with our customers. We're going to town councils, we're going to neighborhood councils, we're doing outreach by mail, we're doing outreach by postcards, we're going to be doing a campaign to all those customers that haven't signed up. And basically any opportunity we can to touch these customers and to do a waste assessment, and an in-person waste assessment. I think we've done waste assessments, but we haven't always had an opportunity to have the on-site manager there. You know, we do have a lot of multifamily in our zones, and a lot of them are not living at the property, so it's finding them, tracking them down, getting their information. We have major account reps working on portfolios and identifying who are the portfolio managers for all of those customers. Our goal to get all 100% of our service agreements signed is by July 1. So we're finishing subzone 6, which just finished up in February. Our entire staff, we've kept our whole, you met Cynthia, who, was working with Republic. Her whole staff is still with us. We have over 70 people in the field that are out every day, and they are continuing to go back to all the subzones that we have not had signed up. And we're using our call center staff and our field staff. So it is as important to us as it is to you to get them all enrolled, and we have 100% of a commitment to do that. So realistically, our goal is to be able to go back and get the service agreements in place, ideally by July 1st is our goal.
Greg Lockney with Athens Services. I'd just like to add a couple items to this discussion. We repeatedly, we go out at least 3 times to every one of these customers. And again, we deal with a lot of multifamilies in the North Central as well as West Los Angeles. So getting to decision makers is very difficult. Now, we are assessing what the recycling needs are and the capacity that we could put out there at each of the locations and, quote, auto-enrolling these customers. Now, what prompts typically when we do put the roller recycling service out and they get the bill, then we get the call, say, well, this bill is excessive, can you come out and review the service? That's when we go out to each of those customers and we do a secondary audit with the customers. And time after time, we work with those customers and we resolve those issues. As a matter of fact, if you look on page 26 of the staff report, the Bureau has sent us 130 customers to review, 132 to be exact. We've resolved every single one of those issues with those customers. So we have 292 to work on. We're studying those right now. That represents, again, putting things in context, 1.5% of our total customer base. So again, percentage-wise, it's not large, but we are, in fact, working with every single customer, every inquiry that we have to reduce the cost as best as we can based on the service level of what we're giving them. Many of our customers have switched from, having a 4-yard trash service as an example and said, you know what, I think I could do with a yard service of trash. So you go out to those, now they have a 4-yard recycling bin and a 1-yard trash bin. And so they've reduced the service levels on the trash in terms of adding more recycling. So as they added more recycling, their prices have come down. So again, we think our record is speaking for itself because we are going out and resolving those issues with those customers.
Madam Chair, I know other members want, just one last kind of technical question, then I'll come back around after other members. Each of you has MRFs, each of you does black bin recycling. Greg, you have one of the best MRFs in the city, if I do say so, and it's in my district. So what's your diversion rate from that facility?
Well, typically, when we used to run it in a different form, because it was a black bin processing, and we were doing about 30% of what we ran over those lines. We didn't run all of the trash over those lines, but it was about the 30% recovery.
Okay.
So.
And now that you're with blue bin recycling, what percentage of your recyclables is spoiled?
Councilman, it is way too early to tell. We're just, as Cesar mentioned, we got 40 recycling trucks out there right now where there used to be trash trucks. So I don't have the numbers right now.
Okay.
But I can just tell you, we are adding consistently more customers every week to the source separator program. So I won't have a number for a while until this is fully implemented.
Yeah, I asked because many of the advocates who are here would say this program is increasing our recycling and we're reducing our truck trips and we're cleaning the air. And from my perspective, we haven't seen an iota of evidence of any of those things yet. And in fact, what I heard from many of the apartment building owners is that blue bin recycling that you're doing in those apartments is producing a whole lot of spoiled recyclables because it's being mixed in with other things because tenants aren't following the recycling rules. So one of the things as we go forward, Madam Chair, that I'm going to be looking at really closely is whether this policy is contributing one bit to our diversion rate, because I'm not convinced that it is. So, and whatever advantage there might be could as easily have been achieved without exclusivity. But that's a question for another day, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel. Just to sort of extend the line of questioning of Mr. Krikorian, let me start with the reassessment piece. Number one, and anyone could take a stab at this, although the 13th District is covered by Athens and Universal, so that is a particular concern to me. Do you have professionals who can assess in multiple languages, Korean, Spanish, Thai? Can you talk a little bit about that, about different language expertise in terms of the reassessments?
Yeah, in fact, we do have a full staff. Out of the 40 recycle coordinators, if I'm not mistaken, there's about 10 of them that are bilingual in Spanish, and then we do have 3 Korean speakers in staff as well that are able to go back and address those waste assessments.
Sure. Okay, and I don't expect you to answer this question at the table right now, but I would love to have a sense of what your queue looks like for people who have, or customers who have requested assessments in the 13th District. I would love to have a sense of that because we still get calls on a regular basis as well about no one showing up and missed scheduled appointments, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's a familiar refrain that we've probably all experienced. Can you give a sense of once a reassessment is done, and it results in additional or increased recycling, can you give a sense or even just an approximation of the percentage in reduction of fees that could result in? We're talking about exorbitant fee increases from 400 to 1,200%. How on earth do we make that up by recycling more? I mean, I know there's so much more involved in just that, but what kind of percentage can, once these prices get under control or some sort of new normal that customers can live with, what percentage greater a reduction do you anticipate if customers go to 75, 80, 90% recycling?
Councilman, I don't know if I can give you a specific answer on every account, only to say that when we go out, we do whatever we can to work with that customer on their fee schedule. So that has been our mantra from the beginning. It will continue to be our mantra to review what their service levels are, what we can do with their service levels. And in many instances, people have taken their locations of their bins and carts and moved them into locations in which they're more accessible to us, so we don't have the extra services related to those. So again, I could just tell you, but just by our experience, is that we've been able to satisfy most of the customers that we've had these issues with.
One thing, Cesar, I think you mentioned this, you mentioned the term goodwill. Right about now, we could use a lot of goodwill with this Recycla contract out there. You heard the testimony from some of the nonprofit affordable housing organizations like SCAMF and Hollywood Community Housing that their increases range anywhere from 75% to 1,200%. And these are our affordable and permanent supportive housing providers. What kind of goodwill do you think could result in a significant reduction for these customers in particular, and then other customers in general, especially property owners that have rent-stabilized housing? You heard the challenges that they're up against. What sort of goodwill do you think you could gesture to some of these extremely stressed organizations? It's just not for you in particular, Susie. You just mentioned the term goodwill, which I think we need a whole lot of right about now.
Councilman, I just go back to my original statement there is that you know, when you look at some of these fees, the fees are part of the entire contract. And I think anybody can isolate this particular fee or that fee and say, well, that's extraordinary. Well, it's got to be in frame, you have to put it in the context of the entire agreement. There are a lot of fees that aren't part of this agreement that are being incurred by the haulers as well. So again, we're looking at extreme cases where these fees are extraordinary and working with those customers. That's all I can tell you. And I can say our track record so far has been very good with those.
And do you know, sitting here, if one of your customers is, for example, Hollywood Community Housing? I believe they might be because they're in Hollywood, and I believe you have most.
We'll have to check that out.
Have you sat down with them for a consultation?
I don't know specifically.
I will publicly request that you do so right here at this hearing, because I think that we have to figure that out. They're wonderful partners to work with, and we have a lot of projects, and I hate to think that we're unwittingly harming our ability to produce adequate housing, because that's the number one crisis facing our city. It's a very, very serious matter.
We will follow through on that.
Okay. And then just lastly, Madam Chair, I represent an urban core district. I have I have the densest neighborhoods, just most densely populated neighborhoods with an old built environment. Buildings that pre-World War II buildings that don't accommodate much in the way of recycling bins that are now required to provide them, et cetera. So we're having real capacity in terms of spatial capacity issues on where to locate these, and sometimes the only place is 100 feet back. What sorts of ideas do you have to address those absolute limitations in relation to the contractual requirements? It's a tough one.
Again, I guess and we talked about our staff, you know, in terms of how many people we have dedicated to this program. That's part of the Recycla program is that we need to have, in our case, over 45 people dedicated to going out to these locations. As we emphasize to the Bureau as well, is that this was not going to be a one-time rollout situation. It was going to take repetitive and continuous working with the customers throughout this program, not only to right-size their trash, but to right-size their recycling. And in those instances, our people are getting more trained. They've been out there 6 to 8 months. They've got accustomed to more solutions that we've come up with the customers. And so I think we're going to use that knowledge and those continued efforts by a consistent workforce that we have to continue to go out and work with those customers to find solutions. As Councilman Krikorian said earlier, we have some unique capabilities, certainly as our company, to process more material if there isn't room for recycling, and we'll do that. But again, I think you have to look at it case by case. This is such a diverse community, and these service areas are very different from one another. And I think what we have, certainly in terms of our capabilities and our facilities, is the ability to provide that additional level of recycling service for these customers.
I think some of the outrage we heard today was from people who are beyond frustrated because they don't feel there are other options. And so as you move forward with these assessments and people understand that there are options that will provide relief, and we need significant relief out there, I think that'll be a good thing. And lastly, again, just I know that it's in everyone's best interest, everyone, to fix the problems. It's not in anyone's best interest to do anything other than get all of this under control for everyone to the greatest extent possible, because we do need to reach our environmental goals. We know that in apartment buildings and businesses, we're only recycling somewhere around 20%. That's just woefully inadequate. So we've got to do better than that. So I think this frustration that many of us feel is how do we get through these? I think growing pains is an underwhelming term to use, especially from some of the horrible things we heard about. But how do we get through this terribly difficult transition time and strike that balance on reaching our goals, our zero goals, and land on a way that is everyone can feel good about the fees that they're paying. So anyway, I look forward to working with all of you much on this, and then I look forward to hearing our chair's recommendations at the conclusion of this hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Cedillo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been quite an afternoon, and I
It's only 6 o'clock. It's too early.
I applaud everybody's stamina. Yes, it is. It's interesting. I heard today, obviously, we've all heard the frustrations and the sticker shock from many of the customers. It was interesting to hear the passion and concern that many of the members of AGLA and the large apartment owners and associations, many particularly family-owned, their consternation of having to pass these increased costs to their tenants. Both we heard this from commercial and from apartment owners and managers. But there's a group of apartments and multifamily units that cannot pass this on to their customers, and that is, as my colleague had indicated earlier, those who are in RSOs. The city has a limit to which they can increase their salaries, or rather their costs and their rents, and the others were those who are in the nonprofit housing for the homeless. I think it's a false argument to pose homelessness versus the environment. In fact, there is not an environment that is healthy for our community that has 40,000 people sleeping on the streets. Yet those who are working diligently, heroically, to take them off the street to provide housing and shelter for them are now faced with new costs that they cannot transfer. Those who live in RSOs, buildings that just happen to be built before a certain date, are encumbered with a cap for a pass-through. My question to you is what commitment do you have to match the costs to those caps and to consider waiving or transferring the responsibility for those pickups with those who cannot afford any increase? Those are real challenges that these directors of the nonprofits, housings, have to deal with. Those are real challenges that those family apartment owners, 4 units, 5 units, 6 units, now facing increased costs but cannot increase and transfer those costs to their tenant. exacerbating a really critical moment in housing and homelessness in the city of Los Angeles. What contributions and commitments are you willing to make to that cause?
I'll start.
Yes, sir.
Doug Corcoran, Waste Management. I think the issue of the homeless and these nonprofit
and transferring costs to them, yes.
Right, yeah. So I wonder if the city would be willing to work with the haulers and these facility operators together to try to find a solution, because it's really it's everybody's issue. And to kind of say, haulers, what are you willing to do to solve this? I think it's only half of the equation, really, because the city and the haulers, and it's only a third of the equation, and those facilities themselves should really sit down and say, let's just really define and characterize the challenge, and how can we all pitch in to make a difference? That's what I would suggest. I don't have like this is exactly what it is, because I think it's too complex a problem to just throw out an answer, shooting from the hip. But I do think it'd be worth all of us sitting down together and saying, let's solve this together, because that is an issue. If they can't pass it through, we don't want to run people out onto the streets. There's too many people living on the streets now. We should have fewer people living on the streets and figure out how we can do that, rather than get locked into something that forces more people out there. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dave Hauser with Republic Services. I concur with Doug. I'm not necessarily understand the whole challenge that we're facing, and you bring up a great question related to that. And I think
here's
we're
the
more than
challenge.
willing.
You increase the costs, and the manager of the nonprofit or the family owner of the fourplex now has a bill that they transfer the cost, but they cannot transfer the cost because they're restricted by law, by city law,
right,
to only transfer 3%. So you come in and it's, whether it's 20% or 100%, whatever the challenge is, they're now handed that bill. They can't transfer that cost because the city says, nope, you can only increase 3%. They're locked in at that. That's the challenge. On the nonprofit, low-income providers, we're talking about people coming right off the street, maybe with wraparound services. They do not have a cent. And this is our effort to try to take people off the streets, and now you've handed them a new bill, and there's no place for them to go with that. They have barely penciled out a deal to provide this shelter, and now here comes a new cost. We should have just carved them out from the beginning, because there's nothing there to shave off. There's no haircut to be given. There's nothing.
I understand completely. I'm very sympathetic to that, and we'd be willing to look at that with the staff and with the other haulers and see what we can do.
Councilman, can I jump back in here for a second? It's Doug Corcoran. If somebody at the city wants to put together some sort of public-private collaboration to deal with this issue directly, I'd like you to put my name on the list, because, every day driving into work, I see people, just more and more people in these beat-up old RVs and living in tents, and no matter where I go, everywhere we go, they're seeing those folks. So I'm committed to chase down a solution to that, and if you put something together, add me to the team, because I'll do what I can.
Cesar?
Yeah, just Councilman, I just think that has to be something that needs to be worked on in a collaborative effort between the haulers and the Bureau as part of the contract. I think just to isolate that and say, well, what can you do on that? We'd be happy to look at multiple avenues for us to work collectively with the city to address some of these issues.
Okay.
Cesar, Republic? Same? Yeah.
Same. You answered
guys
your
are sitting together.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about Republic. You indicated that you had 2,000 more customers than you had anticipated. What was your response to that?
A response to the additional customers, we picked right up. We bought more trucks and we got them onboarded. So it was actually a slow process to find them because we started, outreach in July. It's kind of been a slow process, right? And so as we kind of started going through each one of the subzones, we just noticed a lot more accounts. For us, the number of accounts actually wasn't the thing that was all that surprising because 2,000, it's in a lot, but collective to 18. It really was just the volume, I think, of material that is being generated and collected was really more the surprise was the total tons and the percentage of increased volume. That was more of a surprise than the customers to us.
And then tell us a little bit, you had mentioned that you had a Meeby Weeby program. How did that work out? Where is it today? And how do you envision that going forward? That is tied in, I would argue, in part to the other challenges we have with respect to housing, affordability, homelessness, et cetera.
Yeah, we're really proud of our Meeby Weeby program. So far, just pre-transition, I think on our most recent Schedule B, it was a little over $5 million to our Meeby Weeby partners. Our outreach partners are Meeby Weeby, the folks doing all of our container delivery throughout the cities, Meeby Weeby, as a minority business. We got some through when the city had the meet and greets here. We did get a few from that as well. FF Gomez is one of our new partners that is doing a lot of our cylinder repair. So what Republic has done is they've incorporated in our procurement, particularly here in LA, anytime we have something that we're going out to bid for, we always include a minority procurement process. So it's become part of our corporate policy, and we're fully committed, and our partners are very critical to the success of the program. So we're off to a good start.
Two last little questions. What was the percent of that participated, and then the percent on local hire? Because local hire is also key to this. But
Yes,
the percent on Meeby Weeby.
The percent total of where we are, I'm not sure. I don't know what the actual percent is. I know the total revenue spend today that we've had so far is a little bit over $5 million. It'll be quite, and that's pre-transition. So that was before we even started the program. So we're going to continue to increase that number throughout the contract.
I just want to note that, Mr. Cedillo, those are all really good questions, but we do have a report back from the department on all those reporting items. So you will get those numbers to us because it's part of one of your requirements. Is that it? Done. Okay, Mr. Koretz, and then we're going to hand it back. I'm going to ask Mr. Krikorian to ask more questions, and we just need to keep to time at 6 o'clock, so we still have to hear from sanitation. So go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just as frustrated as Mr. Krikorian is with this program, but I probably come into it as a bigger fan of the program initially. We started in 2009 and asked sanitation to look at redesigning our waste hauling process because we had a number of problems with it. We took 6 years to do that. It has a lot of value in a lot of ways. I was planning on enumerating them, but at this late hour, I won't. I will say, though, that the most important values that we were hoping were fair pricing and better service. And I think we could not have envisioned getting more of a lack of performance if we had tried. The rates are gouging our customers more than we ever dreamed possible. Service levels have been hideous. My office received over 1,000 complaints just to my office that we had to deal with. It was actually bad enough with the Athens account that they had to, which we appreciate, post a person in our office, almost as our staff, to handle the huge volume of complaints. I know the larger haulers have said that it's partly because of unreported accounts. I think we anticipated that there would be unreported accounts. You all know how this industry goes. I think there were more than anyone could have anticipated, but also that's a lot of potential increased money for all the haulers with a lot of extra customers, and that money should have been used more quickly to hire more customer service representatives and get this problem under control more quickly. I think the outreach for most of the companies, especially the larger companies, was hugely inadequate. I think that led to a lot of the problems that we had. I think we've had instances, which is particularly embarrassing, where a customer goes from one company to the same company, and they say, well, they used to be great. Now they gave us a 500% increase, and their service is horrible. We call them every week, and they won't pick up. I mean, this has really been an embarrassment for the council, and especially those of us who supported the program and the concept. I know with Athens, they've been pretty reasonable when we've gotten a complaint in our council office of sending someone out to audit and correct. We've gotten a lot of reports of people who called Athens directly and got told, sorry, the council sets the rates, there's nothing you can do, as opposed to giving them an audit. It's really been something that I never would have envisioned going this badly in my wildest dreams. So I think it's very obvious. I don't think if we thought our customers would be getting 4 or 5%, 500% or 1,000% increases, that any of us would have voted for this program, as valuable as it is. Probably my worst one has already been mentioned, where a condo association with mostly senior citizens on fixed incomes went from over 1,000 a month to over 19,000 a month. How could all of you not even have a system that would automatically flag that kind of inflated increase and correct it? It's just shocking. I know there's another complex in Encino that's been asking for blue bins since November and still have not received them. And the customer was told by a waste management driver about recycling that waste management takes their recycling directly to the landfill and doesn't recycle. They just take all the waste and dump it in the landfill. Obviously, that's a lack of adequate training on behalf of your representatives. I think probably all of these companies, but the ones we deal with, blame the city for the bad customer service, blame the city for the costs, and say that we're responsible for all of it. Needless to say, that shouldn't be happening. So, I guess to add other problems in West LA and in Athens District, we just heard yesterday from a company that runs a little over 20 apartment buildings that 8 of them have their gate codes written next to the equipment where you would put in the code. Obviously, that would be easier for the truck driver, but very severe danger for the people that think they have protection and safety, and I think unnecessary, because I think Athens has even computerized a lot of their system. So how are all these things still happening? I mean, I think that's basically my question. I have to give you another email that I just received yesterday, which I've edited for brevity. I asked you to remove 2 extra bins in September. It has been 5 months, never removed. I pay my balance every time, but I still have a late charge, on time every time, but I still have a late charge on every monthly statement. I asked for a customer service for a payment history by mail. She said she would send it, but no response as of today. You missed 2 pickups on December 4th and 15th. I asked for a credit, and you guys haven't gotten back to me to let me know whether that's possible. And this customer says she feels devastated. What can we do to stop these things from happening? Because they're still happening. You make it sound like it's gone. It's not gone. These are just from yesterday. Just yesterday's worst complaints. So my question to all of you is, since I look at this as a substantial lack of performance, why should we not pull your contract and give it to another hauler that might actually do the job?
Is that a question?
That is a question, and I'd like to see if it can be answered by each company.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll take the first one.
All right.
So, well, I think, and I know we don't want to hear that it's hard, but I think the contract said that there was going to be a grace period during this transition for any penalties or damages to be assessed because of the enormity and the complications of these issues. So I would say that we hear you 100%. We don't want to have these issues, but now we're in the contract stage. So, we've started start of service in February, and so we're fully committed to meeting those obligations. But I think to have that discussion in a transition phase when there was a lot of unknowns and a lot of things we were servicing, I know, we don't want to say it's complicated, but it really was. And that's what the transition period was for. The contract itself said it's going to be complex, it's going to be challenging. That is why we're going to give a grace period to these haulers in order to meet that. So that would be my response.
Well, I would point out that was a grace period from these extra charges. I don't think anybody said, oh, you can just totally screw up and we guarantee that you'll keep your contract. I don't think that was ever discussed. In fact, in the discussions where we agreed to authorize this whole concept, one of the things I said was, look, if a company really screws up and you tell them and they keep screwing up and you've had 3 months of this kind of service, they should have their contract removed. Because I think that's the only way that you don't just feel, well, we have a monopoly, we can do whatever the hell we want. And frankly, if it were only one company that had been this bad, I would have been here a long time ago asking for you to pull your contract. I can understand the first couple months, you get hit by surprise, oh my God, we have all these locks that are hard to get through and wrong numbers and customers we didn't know about. But then the next time and the next time as you roll out parts of your zone, you shouldn't be making the same mistakes. And we got a lot of the same complaints and the exact same complaints in way too high a volume.
Just, I'd like to kind of address the one issue you raised with regards to the person or the driver writing gate codes, because it turns out that it was actually a new hire driver that we got from another company. And as we took over the new service area, there was a lot of existing, it's traditional in some instances where drivers actually do that throughout many companies that have been hauling in the city of Los Angeles. As you mentioned, Councilman, our onboard computers have all the gate codes on the computers. There's no need for anybody to write a code on a building. We addressed that situation with that driver, and again, it was a new hire to our company who was responsible for it. So we do take responsibility for it, and we fixed the problem. So on the issue of just the service, there's a course of action, obviously, that the Bureau has with regards to enforcement of our contract. It's been, we've talked about the transition. We also talked about where our service levels are. You heard us talk. We have over 400,000 services that we do every month. And when you consider the percentages of, I would call service inquiries that we do have on it, it is not, it is less than 0.5%. Now, is one hauling issue, maybe to that one customer who's having that issue is an issue. But again, in situations, you have truck breakdowns, you have other issues that could occur throughout the course of a day. We have the proper service recovery to respond to that inquiry that day or the following day. And that is really, we believe that quality of service exists right now as we speak. We know we have had issues throughout this campaign. We owned up to them and we explained the reasons why. We bought out over 17 companies, Councilman, as part of this process. If we didn't do that, you think there would be issues now. You can imagine when all those customers have customized bins in many of those subterranean and shoot rooms. If we didn't buy out their assets, there'd be way more significant issues than you're seeing today. And so, again, we have over 200 people dedicated in operations right now, and as well as several hundred between the recycling coordinators, the customer service reps, are all working very hard to make this transition go better than it has. And as I said, considering where we are, I think we've done, really working with the other RSPs, I think we've done a decent job. It's not where we want it to be, but again, it was a transition period that we all knew was going to be challenging.
I would note, by the way, your numbers are still on the walls of all those buildings, so you still have a problem to correct.
No, sir. I mean, we addressed that as soon as we heard about it. There should not be any numbers on the walls.
Councilman, if I could take a shot at that too. LA is so enormous that even though you heard from all of us, the percentages are low, better than 99%, better than 99.5%. But LA is so enormous that small percentages can be large numbers. And that's the feeling that you're getting, is that you're feeling that. And everybody is. We all are, because they are big numbers to deal with. With 1,000 here, 1,000 there, that's a lot of people that are upset. So everybody here is taking it seriously. But I think there's another way to look at this, because one of the questions that everybody's asking is, how'd you screw it up so bad? But really think about this. You have the two largest companies in the industry in the United States here, and then you have the largest regional company. And all of us have stellar customer service records for decades all over the place. We're as sophisticated as it gets in this business, and we're as capable as it gets in this business. The one thing that changed here is this sea change, this paradigm shift, and this shuffling of 80+ thousand accounts all in a brief period of time. And that's just created this situation. It's not that things have just been mishandled, but you got the best in the business handling all of this stuff. And your three small haulers, those are outstanding companies, right? And you can see they had a smaller area, and they got their arms around it, and their transitions were done because they only had, much fewer accounts. They were done in 3 months. And then they had the last 3 months to sort of stabilize. We're just barely at the end of our transition now. And, we're saying, why aren't you where those guys are? Well, maybe in 3 months we come back here and everyone goes, wow, this is amazing. 3 months, it's a miracle. But that's why you don't say, I'm going to pull your contract and give it to somebody else. They don't get better. This is, we're the best. And we're doing this the best that it can be done.
Mr. Krikorian, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of the hour, I'm going to cut out pages of questions I had about billings and so on, but I just want to get really quickly to a commitment or two, and then I have one general question. So first, we talked a lot about the transitional period and the difficulty of that. So I want to know from each of you, are you now at full capacity in number of trucks, number of bins, number of service personnel, number of customer service representatives? Are you now at full capacity so that that will no longer be an excuse? And if not, on what date will you be?
I'll answer for Republic. We're at 100%. I have all my trucks, all my drivers. We're overstaffed on customer service and our outreach plan. So we're 100%.
Okay, great. So from now on, we expect full compliance with, and we're not going to get any of these other complaints from customers because you are now at full capacity. Great.
And I'll answer for Athens. It's the same for us. We are full capacity with drivers, trucks, customer service representatives, and recycle coordinators as well.
Yeah, same for us. Staffed up and have all the trucks.
Okay. Now, just on the fees, just briefly. Doug, you mentioned it's never going to be the same as it was. The implication was kind of that some of the previous haulers for some of your customers maybe weren't registered, maybe they weren't paying their taxes, maybe they were charging below what they should have been charging because they were operating under the radar. But we heard time and time again from members of the public that they previously had Athens and now they had Republic, or now they previously had Republic and now they had Waste. And all of a sudden these fees are being added on. So I'm just going to make the statement, doesn't require us, but that's the part that I'm having incredible difficulty getting my arms around. Why the major players in the world in this industry are so vastly different after this transition took place in their charges?
Sure. I can tell you a lot of it is the capital burden of the contract. I mean, we have no contract we've ever even looked at. We're going to be $200 million of capital into this contract when we're done, or more. Nowhere anything like that. Another part of it is the extra services. So the recycling, really, once you get past a certain amount, you don't get paid for recycling. So you got to make all the money on the sale of commodities because there's no additional charges that we can charge for more recycling. And so all that's got to be there. Well, the commodity markets they're in the tank. I mean, that's just a fact. And we don't know when that's going to happen. So it costs more. We have an army of people on the ground. We have many more drivers servicing than before. I think we had 2 recycle routes back before. And I want to make a point of that, is that, I'll tell you, I traditionally in my life have voted Republican. I'm a free market capitalist type of guy, works for a corporation. But the free market, open market here did not get the city where it needs to get to. I mean, because you didn't have a franchise, LA was basically the place where all the diesel trucks came. All the cities around had franchises. The laws require when you have a new franchise, you got to put in clean fuel trucks. That didn't happen in LA. There was no incentive to do that. The only reason that we've changed all the trucks out right now is because Recicla, you established your franchises. So, but that comes with a cost, right? $31 million for us. Many of the trucks that we have right now, we're using from our other districts. So we're buying more trucks, more facilities. Now we also have to build a recycling facility. We need to put in infrastructure for organics. That wouldn't have happened if you had just left it as the open market because nobody would have had enough money to do that. So all of that burden, all of the cost, all of the consultants, the zero waste consultants that all the companies have, those folks got to get paid for. And then the fees to the city are substantially higher than they were before. I mean, much higher. You had a AB 939 fee before, but now you got a franchise fee on top of it, and there's some other things too. So you just sort of add it all up, the cost of doing business went up, and that's what happened.
I'll skip my last point, Madam Chair.
Mr. Koretz has one more very fast.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment partly in support of what you're saying. I mean, there are a lot of costs that increase on the natural with this proposal. I mean, wages, I think some of the companies were engaging in wage thefts. So they'd pay people $10 an hour, but they'd have them work 16 hours a day, so they'd really be getting $5 an hour. There are a lot of safety shortcuts that were taken that they can't take anymore. The clean trucks, the cost of recycling, the extra landfill costs that we were going to get anyway because we had a landfill close, and as you noted, consultants' fees. Honestly, in my head, I thought that would create an increase for everybody, but I thought it would be a substantial increase along the lines of 25%, 30%. Which a lot of people would still object to, but I understand we were getting a lot for that. We had to do recycling. We had a number of elements that we had to do anyway. We didn't have a choice. We couldn't use the old landfill. But it's not 25%. It's not 30%. People are getting 500 and 1,000% increases. And honestly, I just think that's very intentional price gouging. And you guys are charging people that you could have charged $150 and made a profit, and you're charging them $500 a month instead. And I think it's just taking advantage of the residents of the city of Los Angeles.
Anyone else? Well, I want to thank you for being here, but I'm not going to mince words. Did you have something, Mr. O'Farrell?
No.
So I heard a lot of excuses today, to be honest with you. And I am not interested in any more excuses. I'm here to just simply say you will be held accountable when it comes to this contract. You are going to make a lot of money from this, or else you would not have participated in this franchise. So I am committed to trying to find solutions. I need you to come to the table, and I'm not interested in any more excuses. The only reason I supported this franchise, and you've heard me say this over and over again. I represent the district where most of the city's trash ends up in. And it's not fun to grow up across the street from landfills and Superfund sites or be inundated with diesel trucks day in and day out. That's never fun. And people who came in here and talked about their issues with the billing and the price gouging and their trash not getting picked up, I completely sympathize with them, and I get it. But for me, this was also about remedying 50 years of no one giving a damn about districts like mine. So that's the only reason I supported this. But we've been inundated with complaints, and we have done our best to try to communicate with you what those are, but we're done with excuses. I'm pretty much done, colleagues. I don't know about the rest of you. I'm furious by the fact that every single day I've been inundated with calls. Not only do my constituents live across the street from landfills, but you practically have a small landfill in their apartment place because their trash isn't getting picked up. So I'm not sure what's worse. So I thank you for being here. I am just putting everyone on notice. I have a series of recommendations that I'm going to ask my colleagues to support me on so that we can begin to hold people accountable for what they committed to do. Thank you. Sanitation. Are you ready?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Martinez, I'm Enrique Zaldivar, the Director and General Manager of LA Sanitation. We're going to give you our abbreviated presentation, which means I will say a few remarks, and then we'll go over a very brief PowerPoint presentation. That'll be the extent of our comments.
Do you want to get into the presentation now?
I just some remarks.
Mr. Zaldivar,
okay.
It's past 6 o'clock.
Let's go.
We need to get into the presentation so that we can start getting our questions answered so we can move this along, okay? Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
So in the interest of time, I can actually forego the presentation and just, you should have before you a copy of our PowerPoint presentation and really want to get to the root of some of the issues that have been brought to our attention throughout this process. And today, I'll drive your attention to slides 8 and 9 of our presentation. These slides actually highlight really what it is that you have heard today. From July to December, as the RSPs have moved from one zone to the next, the number of service not complete and miscollections created time every month due to a number of reasons that you've heard already today. But what we have done is we've worked closely with our recycler service providers on those service issues, identified some of the root causes of that, many of those surrounded with around not having sufficient resources. And most of our haulers have, as you've heard today, have addressed those resource issues. What I do have is some good news as I drive your attention to slides both 10 and 11 of the presentation. There's 2 graphs. What we've seen in January, there's no numbers on them.
What page are you on, 9?
This one? Yes. What you've seen, what we've seen is the actual number of service requests for miscollections continue to peak out in December and continue to drive down through January. Again, I can put the presentation up if it helps, but I do want to get through it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I do believe what we're seeing right now is a definite trend. If you look at the color chart titled Service Not Complete in January by RSP, you will see that for every single one of our service providers, the week by week, the instances of reported miscollections has continued to drive down as we drove towards the February 1st date and the end of transition. And you also see that for a number of our service providers, our CalMats, NASA's, they actually don't even show up on the chart to start with. The good news is if we do continue along this trend, we are on the right path to eliminating, to the greatest extent possible, any miscollections. And if we move to the next slide regarding rates, LA San has received a number of billing inquiries and complaints on rates and disputes. And LA San found there's a number of reasons why rates increased. We identified that there was an impact of extra service fees, that 33% of our customers actually experience extra service fees. Less than 8% of those actually increase the bill more than 40%. But finally, I want to highlight that what LA San has done is take a very active role in billing review. We've established a billing review strike team that actually goes through and looks at accounts that have extra service charges associated with them. We establish a billing dispute unit within LA San to address billing inquiries. We've also established an online billing inquiry and dispute process. And LA San will continue to work with the customers to ensure they receive the best recycler rates possible. And that's a very abbreviated version of our presentation, given the time of the day.
Mr. Enrique Saldivar, go ahead.
Yeah, all of my comments had to do with the complexity of the transition, which I struck from my comments, Madam Chair. But I wanted to acknowledge the fact that we have, in fact, completed the transition, which in itself is a big, huge milestone, but by no means a reason to celebrate, other than the fact that the efforts that everyone has put forward have consummated.
Well, why don't you get into the efforts of the department and what's worked and what hasn't?
So we dealt with the most fundamental of issues, in this case, service. I mean, it's one thing that we have grand, important goals for Recycla, eliminating landfill. It's my prediction, Madam Chair, as you know firsthand, that in 20 years, either we will be or we should be out of the landfilling business in the short 20 years. So that's what so much of Recycla is about. But does it really matter what that larger calling is if we cannot take care of the most fundamental element of the program? Like service? No, it doesn't matter. So in the transition, excuses or no excuses, reasons or no reasons, for any one customer, having a lapse in service is inexcusable. And so the way that we dealt with it, working with the RSP, it's true. We did demand that they put more resources during the transition, and they all responded. They marshaled more resources, but we also did the same. We responded to some of the most egregious accounts that had not been serviced, maybe for a week, maybe 2 weeks, and what have you, and we deployed our own resources, sanitation crews, responding to the service. We've had a 24/7 customer care center. In large part, we got it ready for this program. But that has been incredibly useful. 24/7 access and also dispatch. That's the other piece. We can dispatch from our 24/7 customer fully staffed It's true. We did add staff in the transition, about 40 additional agents ourselves, so that we cannot ever have a call take longer. 3 minutes is our maximum. Most calls would take just under 2 minutes, in spite of the peak in calls and what have you. And so we have been equally and similarly responding to billing issues, because it's true. One of the stats that you saw is that a good part of the amplifying effect has been due to the extra charges. And those can multiply. 5 bins, 5 access charges. We have to be able to assess every property jointly, ideally jointly with RSP partner, but definitely with the customer. And so as we have moved into the optimization phase, as we call it, it's true of all of us. It's true of the RSP themselves. Your questions and your direction about ensuring that there's no disincentive for folks to reduce their disposal amount is extremely well taken. Because it's true that a customer can, in fact, move more stuff into a recycling stream, which will have no accessible charges associated with it. And we got to do that in this next phase of optimization. And we intend to do that in LA San with the RSPs. We have to work individually, one-on-one with each of the account holders, the property managers, one-on-one. Yes, a larger public education is useful, but we got to work one-on-one with them. We know we can get there. And so, I know we're all proud of the effort, but our pride is not going to take care of it by itself. We got to make sure that it takes care of the customer. And my staff, everyone here, has been fully committed, and all of my folks in the field, all of my folks, the rest of them here, we believe in this. I know, because you have said it time and again, Madam Chair, we got to get rid of landfilling. That's what we're committed to. And I know that all of our sectors in this city, not just the single family, not just the multifamily, but the business. This is no different than us moving away from coal. It's the same. We got to move away from landfilling. We have about 20 years to make sure that we do that. But right now, we got to deal with the immediacy, and that is the service.
Do you want to share anything, or do you just want me to open it up for questions? Mr. O'Farrell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the sanitation, Mr. Salivar and your colleagues, your report dated February 2nd is very thorough. I am very confident now that you have your arms around the service issues and the data that you're collecting, and that's extremely important. But your recommendations are underwhelming. Your action items, you have 2 essentially, and that is increase outreach and then report to the council offices every 2 weeks. I'm not here to bust anyone's chops, because I think we're about to have some recommendations from the chair that we've provided input on, but we need more action items based on the testimony that you heard today. That's my one criticism, but I want to congratulate sanitation for really having your arms around the issue. But as you just implied, we need more solutions as they relate to the what I would call the fiasco of the rollout as we get to zero waste and achieve those recycling goals. So I just wanted to thank you and congratulate you, but also to say that we need sanitation in all city, all hands on deck to take more action to give relief to these customers.
Mr. Correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, what kind of outreach efforts did LA San and the haulers engage in before the rollout? This council directed that we do a robust campaign, and it didn't seem like we got one. So what went wrong?
Well, we did a public education campaign. It included radio right through the lead up to the playoff seasons through the Dodger try and the World Series right through Game 7. We were hoping that it would also have included the celebration of the World Series, but we had great radio coverage. Game 7, of course, ended in disappointment, which also meant the end of our campaign. But we did do radio. We did a lot of printed media. We had armies of literally about 350 people total from the RSPs, about 100 people of ours on the ground, walking streets, walking blocks, knocking on doors. That went on for a good 7 months, and it's still going on to a large extent even right now. So do we do enough? I mean, should we have had a longer saturation period? I mean, in hindsight, should we have done more printed media? Should we have done, and we did countless of meetings with associations, apartment owner associations, business associations, and you name it. But we also realize that business folks and property managers, they're busy dealing with their business. So we understand that this issue, at least up until now, will not have been on the forefront of their issues to be concerned with. And we just got to do more engagement now.
And are there haulers that are actually listening to us in terms of our concerns about higher fees? And are there haulers that are just ignoring us and not cooperating?
Well, we're approaching this in a full partnership for sure with the 7. Each company, obviously, you have the two interesting. I just realized they are the two largest companies in the world. Not just the U.S., they're the largest companies in the world. So there's a corporate culture for them, for sure, with them. And then you have the more local, family-owned or individually owned. So the decision-making is much more agile with those companies. As an example, just making a round of phone calls to the principals. With the smaller companies, I could speak directly with the owner. The owner, right? With the large corporate companies, I mean, it's the regional vice president, the senior vice president, or a corporate officer. And that's just an example of the different makeup that each one of them has. But I do believe that they have, as they told you earlier, that they're committed to this. They said everyone respond the same way. In the beginning, it was difficult. You hear our term now, recovery time, which means from the moment we hear through our call center that there's an issue for service or billing and what have you, but for sure on service, we expect a response by 2 p.m. that day. If the call by the end of the day, if the call came in before 2 p.m., and by 10 a.m. the following day if it came after 2 p.m. That recovery time in the beginning was hit and miss. Now everyone's come on board with that culture. Well, on the one hand, yes, liquidated damages kicked in starting this week, starting February 1st. So that also has a different contractual interpretation. But I want to believe that they are doing it because that's their ethic. And we continue to believe that we are in a true partnership.
It's sort of unclear how far we can go in terms of getting fair pricing. So I'm just wondering if we're getting cooperation from everybody in terms of addressing what seem to be gouging prices.
The extra charges can be and have been a pain point. We have right now 700 accounts that we're going to be doing a review. 700 accounts that have extra charges associated with them. To a large extent, some of those could be corrected by the RSPs on their own. And some have worked with the customers. But we're going to come in and review all those 700 accounts that have extra charges associated with them. We expect full cooperation from the RSP so that we can resolve those charges, those extra charges. But, we will enter into our review starting next week.
Okay, Mr. Krikourian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Zaldivar. Just a few things. First of all, you were discussing participation in resolving billing complaints. And I think that's an important role for sanitation to have. I have to tell you, it has not been the experience in my district that sanitation has taken as robust a role in that as I believe you should. And we've had frequent complaints from constituents that, their building complaints have essentially been blown off by sanitation. Then they come to us, and even my own staff has had difficulty in getting sanitation engaged when the complaint is about billing. And I want to thank Morgan and Denise, who was here earlier from my district office, and the rest of my district staff, because they're spending an extraordinary amount of their time, instead of assisting my constituents in getting trees trimmed and streets paved and potholes filled, they're resolving billing disputes, and they shouldn't be. You should be. And I would suggest also that on the front end of that is the waste assessment process. And in my view, sanitation just needs to be vigorously engaged as customer advocates, not even as arbitrators, but as customer advocates on the waste assessment. And I just have to say I don't feel that that has been adequately done. So you are the expert. You are the city's expert in sanitation, in waste pickup. And I think if anybody can advocate for the customer about how they can achieve the recycling goals at minimal cost, it's the Bureau of Sanitation. And so I would just ask that you redouble your efforts to ensure that on the waste assessment side particularly, the Bureau fills that role. In terms of sanitation as a backup, where there have been missed service calls and so on by one of the haulers, I know there have been a number of times where you have responded, and because there's been a problem, and we appreciate that. I want to make sure that, though, that when sanitation does that, that we ensure complete full cost recovery from the haulers when you go out. And if that means a reduction in your services to my constituents, and you have to pay people overtime or whatever, that the haulers are paying 100% of the freight on that. I assume that's true. Is that true?
We intend to recover from them.
Okay. 100% all in, benefits, everything, because under no circumstances should the Bureau of Sanitation be subsidizing these private haulers. So I don't want to make that clear. Couple of operational issues. Number one, a number of people mentioned the street sweeping problem of having bins in the street when street sweeping comes by. I know it's complicated to coordinate routing and so on, but that's just something that has to be done. That coordination has to happen so that, if my constituents get a ticket for forgetting that they're parked there on street sweeping day, it is not acceptable that these, multinational corporations can leave bins there and interfere with street sweeping and not be sanctioned for it. So the coordination needs to happen, and they need to be held accountable if they're interfering with street sweeping. And then similarly on, it's not too similar, but some of our small businesses operate pursuant to a conditional use permit. And very often those conditional use permits impose requirements on trash pickup. And if the new exclusive franchisee has a route that doesn't happen to coincide with that individual business's CUP, the individual business is just out of luck. That's not okay. The franchisee has to bear the burden and the expense and the risk of that, not the small business. So if they need to send a separate truck out just to service that one business, that's their problem, not the business's problem. And so I want to make sure that when you report back that we examine how we can ensure that CUP restrictions are complied with at no cost or expense or risk to the businesses, but instead to the haulers. Just make sure. Yeah, I think that covers my basic. Oh, one last thing. The haulers were talking about the capital investments that they have to make. I get that. They also talked about having a lot of accounts that they didn't anticipate, that they didn't figure into their pro formas in assessing what their fees would be that would be negotiated with the Bureau. So it strikes me that if they have more accounts that they didn't expect to have, they also have more revenue that they didn't expect to have because they're getting all of those businesses that they didn't know about, and they're charging them for that. Now, this program that was largely sold on efficiencies and cost efficiencies and the efficiency of scale. So if they're getting more accounts and they're getting more revenue from those accounts, it seems to me that their fixed cost for infrastructure investment, for example, should be going down. And to me, they're getting the better end of the deal now because of that. And I think that since they didn't know about those costs and those revenues, and the fees were largely negotiated on that, I think it's worth considering at least whether the fees should be reconsidered in light of the actual numbers now that they actually know about it. So I just want to put that out there. I don't need an answer from you on that, but I hope that we'll discuss some of those things when we get the reports back.
Mr. Cedillo, did you have any questions? You don't? Thank you, Mr. Saldivar. Yes?
Could you raise questions regarding our previous discussion on the low-income residents, the impact of this program on them? Mr. O'Farrell?
Oh, I did not ask Mr. Saldivar.
Right. I'm just assuming that the industry had made itself available. I'm assuming that
We're going to follow up on that?
will be willing to be engaged in helping us find a resolution to that.
They have. I'm hopeful that we'll tie that instruction into the recommendations.
On the nonprofit housing and the nonprofit and the nonprofit and housing providers?
We heard from the gentleman from Athens earlier.
Nonprofit and the RSOs.
Thank you. I don't know if two of you, you're like, no, I don't want to do this. I couldn't agree with Mr. Gregorian more. I think we absolutely have a duty and an obligation to follow the waste assessments to make sure that they're being done accurately. And I also think we need to ensure that the haulers are not taking advantage of these service fees, of the access fees. I think that is a role that is absolutely under our purview, and we need to ensure that that's being done through your department. Okay? Is there anything else you want to add?
No.
Nothing? Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Okay.
All right, I know some of you have submitted a list of recommendations. I know it's late. I just want to ensure the committee and the audience that we are absolutely committed to making sure that we monitor this process closely, and through the series of recommendations that are going to be read into the record, that we are keeping track of this in this committee, members. I think it's important. I think you've heard the overwhelming amount of people who are very angry and frustrated with this process. We heard some commitments from our haulers. So we just can't preach about environmental justice and environmental benefits and being leaders of recycling when some of the very basic things that we need to do, like picking up the trash, has become a challenge. We just can't be, we cannot be about that. We have to do better. And I recognize that the transition has been extremely painful and difficult, but there is no excuse. We are accountable for this, we voted for this, and we need to ensure that we get it right. So, Mr. Prieto, do you want to read my series of recommendations? I believe there's almost 2 pages worth of information there. I want you to read that into the record, and then followed by, I think Mr. Krikorian also provided, Mr. Koretz also provided a series of recommendations, which you're going to read after you read mine.
Yes.
And anyone else?
Madam Chair, I think all of mine are actually already incorporated in the list. So
I believe so, Madam Chair, as well, with the exception of the instruction to consult with our waste haulers in relation to Mr. Cedillo's.
The RSOs
Right,
and
exactly.
the
That's an
nonprofits.
additional instruction to the.
So we can add that towards the end, but why don't you go ahead and begin reading it? I believe all of you have already seen it because I passed it out at the beginning of the meeting.
Certainly, Madam Chair, members. So to start off, your recommendation starts off as direct the Bureau of Sanitation in consultation with recycler service providers, city attorney, and other city departments as appropriate to address the following areas of concern. And you have 4 areas of concern. The first one is service reliability and quality. Under that one, A is develop a weekly recycler contractor service delivery performance report with indicators of missed or deferred collections and the status of consumer service complaints, and make this report available on LA Sands website and provided to each council office. B, request the service provider to submit ongoing reports of their outreach and education staffing levels and what they are doing to increase effectiveness of recycling efforts and ensure 100% completion of waste assessments. C, immediately notify an affected council office whenever the Bureau of Sanitation services a specific customer account as a result of missed or deferred collections by the service provider, including steps taken to ensure cost recovery by the city. Area 2, pricing. A, report back on current recycler rate structure, the valuation process used to ensure rates are reasonable and appropriate, and report on any recommendations or options to allow for their periodic review and adjustment. B, clarify the rules for the applicability of all extra services in a series of findings subject to approval by the Board of Public Works. C, complete an audit of the final billings of each hauler after full program implementation and assess whether the rates need to be adjusted to take into account customers that weren't assumed in the original pro formas that were in the basis of the current rate structure. D, report back with recommendations to develop alternative rate structures, exemptions, or otherwise mitigate any financial or operational effects of recycler program rates and requirements on RSO units and buildings or affordable housing developments. E, determine the feasibility of a bin sharing option for customers to reduce costs and develop as necessary administrative procedures and guidelines to ensure program viability. F, request the service providers to allow additional no-cost graffiti removal for customers, particularly in instances where bins have been relocated to avoid distance or access charges but are now placed in more vulnerable locations. Area of concern 3, customer challenges and disputes. A, take appropriate steps to enforce compliance of recycler service provider contracts by ensuring immediate implementation of Section 4.1, Contractor Call Center, which states that notification shall be made to the customer using their preferred method of communication. B, report back on the current dispute process and role and level of involvement of LA Sand and options to make the customer dispute process more transparent, such as establishing a recycler ombudsperson to provide individual customer level support and advocacy. C, establish a recycler multifamily working group to address logistical issues and challenges for multifamily residential properties experiencing difficulties in incorporating recycler bins and equipment into their buildings. D, provide guidance to all customers on the placement of bins in the right-of-way to ensure ADA access and avoid negative aesthetic impacts in neighborhoods. Area 4, ongoing transition and next steps. A, Instruct the Bureau of Sanitation to provide monthly updates to the Energy, Climate Change, and Environmental Justice Committee, including Section 1, an accounting of the number of newly created accounts, the size of those accounts, any additional service or facility costs that may be incurred by the city or its haulers to meet the additional demand. Section 2, subsection 2. An analysis of services currently being charged by waste haulers by customer class. Subsection 3. An analysis of customers' monthly waste hauling bills broken down by customer type and assessing the proportion of the bills that are comprised of additional service fees. Subsection 4. Progress towards addressing concerns unique to the equestrian community. And, next section, any actions taken or anticipated to ensure contract compliance, including notices to the service providers, the imposition of liquidated damages, and any other efforts. B, under the same area of concern, develop and implement a tenant-focused on-site education and outreach program to ensure maximum recycling and service cost reduction. C, establish an environmental benefits dashboard with quarterly updates on progress being made towards the environmental objectives of the program. D, review all upcoming program milestones and elements and report with an action plan to ensure a smoother implementation of upcoming program elements. E, work with the Bureau of Street Services to ensure coordination of Recycla curbside bin removals with street cleaning schedules. F, work with the Department of City Planning to ensure that Recycla service providers' pickup schedules for businesses are compliant with conditional use permit requirements for trash pickup dates and times where applicable. Madam Chair, this completes your recommendations.
Thank you. Did you want to read Mr. Koretz's recommendations as well? And then he has a verbal to add to what you're about to read. Go
Certainly. Mr. Koretz's recommendations. His first one relates to under Area 4, under Environmental Benefits Dashboard recommendation. The recommendation states, for the Bureau of Sanitation and the specified departments to work with the Southern California Air Quality Management District to report back on the air quality benefits from replacing diesel trucks with low-emission trucks, and this to include scout trucks in the assessment. B, under the same area of your recommendations, work with the Department of Transportation to report back on the traffic impacts of the new system, including number of trucks on streets and alleyways, and this to include scout trucks and bins left in the street for hours as part of the assessment. C, report back on the percentage increase of recycling and thereby diversion from the landfills from the new program, broken down by waste hauler. Ms. Koretz's next recommendation pertains also to Area 4, but under the educational component area. Report back on instituting a program with multi-benefits, such as the Cool Blocks program the city piloted last year. Of course, the Cool Block program, he defines it, includes, in addition to waste reduction, it includes components of energy efficiency, water conservation, emergency preparedness, and community building. Work with other relevant departments to help with funding, including the Department of Water and Power, Emergency Management Department, and Neighborhood Empowerment. Include information about the $150,000 available matching funds for the Cool Blocks in the report. That's a specified recommendation as well for the Bureau of Sanitation.
Did you want to make another verbal recommendation?
And I wanted to add, those were obviously all assessments of the positives of the program, but I also want to ask for a report back on the city's legal options to address the inadequate performance by the 7 haulers.
Okay, great. Anything else?
Madam Chair, I just want to underscore one more time a distinction of difference between pricing category D in relation to RSO units and buildings and the requirements. That is, there's a distinction that's separate from the instruction of requiring LA San to work with our waste haulers, contractors, in relation to relief for those RSO, affordable housing, permanent supportive housing, and nonprofits to have a consultation. And that was the gesture that I would love to
Okay, we can add that. That's very
incorporate it in
different than what was written to the record. So we can add that as well. Mr. Cedillo, is there anything else?
I concur with the recommendation.
I just want to thank all of you for working with us to come up with that list. Go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair, one other thing.
Sure.
I'd like to add a request for a report back about the MRFs and transfer facilities being utilized by each of the franchisees, their location, and any plans to develop or build new ones that are currently underway.
Great. Anything else?
Madam Chair,
Then, yes.
I want to thank you for running a great meeting.
Yeah. That was a well-spent 6 hours.
Yeah. Didn't seem more than
Maybe it's the mom in me.
5.5 hours.
Well, I want to thank you all for your patience and for sticking it out till 7 o'clock. And for all of our collective offices, I think we did our best to try to ensure that the issues that were brought to us, either individually through our offices or as you saw the public speakers come forward with a number of complaints that they're experiencing, that we are trying to address that through the series of recommendations. So thank you very much for working with me. If there are no objections to the recommendations, that will be the order, and this meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.